Microphone's working, get the music rolling. I don't want to hear any game dev till the music's playing. And all that. At the start of the song, because I hate starting a song in the middle of it. That's weird. Get the YouTube link for those people who actually view me on YouTube. It ain't many, but hey, you know, it adds up. Here's the restream chat so I can read everyone's chats. Not the people usually waiting for me, but every once in a while. Slow to the punch. I gotta automate all this process. I'll do it eventually, probably, maybe. Hey Mike, how's it going? Are you doing the Discord messages up on both streams? Gotta get more people to chat with, right? That's the goal. I picked up a few recently. Did I really do that? I did. Nice, nice. But you can get Unite, it's only 10 bucks. It's in the $10 Humble Bundle, it's pretty funny. You don't even have to pay the full amount, just the $10 Humble Bundle gets the job done. If I wasn't allergic to Unity, I'd be tempted to get it just to laugh at it for 10 bucks, but I'm definitely allergic to Unity. I can't do this. It's not meant to be. That's fair. You do get a bunch of assets for it. I don't really remember what was in that Humble Bundle because I honestly was too busy laughing at Unite for being $10. It's because MZ's not even in it. That's what's so hilarious to me. It's literally just Unite's such a failure that they didn't bother to put MVs in there as usual, but nobody cares about that. But just the fact that it's just there. Oh, and an add-on 3D dungeon, just saying. You could be the only person to enter the $1,000, you know, contest to make the best Unite game. Could happen. And I hear they're replacing MV with Pixel Maker with a new one. So this is going to be defunct soon anyway. So yeah, now's your chance. Honestly, this doesn't have a lot of content in it, does it? It really doesn't. It has a bunch of Unite content. Unite. This some Unite stuff? That looks normal. So this is probably normal stuff. Oh, maybe. I don't know. That actually looks more like you. No, Unite. That is Unite right there. It says so. Unite, Unite. Oh wow, it's all Unite stuff. Wow. I knew it was doing badly, but Jesus. This is also Unite. Also Unite. That too. Wow. It's basically all Unite stuff, and then they tossed in Pixel Game Maker and MV so they could pretend like the thing wasn't a total failure. The you know, Unite. So you don't even get good content for this one unless you're going to use, you know, Unite. But or you might actually, maybe 10. Honestly, you just click this night item bundle, get it for $10, and you get all the Unite. Oh, he gets some Unite assets, I guess. And you get Pixel Game Maker for that price too. They gave me this for free, for God's sakes. I didn't even want it for free. Pixel Game Maker for $5. What's on the $1 tier? Oh, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Imagine giving them $1 for Ace. Oh God. Pay me $1 to take Ace. Actually, I took it for free, so I guess I'd be a liar to say that they had to pay me $1. I don't even know why I took it for free. I just had this bizarre need to take things that are free. There's no other good bundles. Oh my God, there's Cinti assets which are hideous. I have so much music, I don't think I want another one. It's the only reason I can get that. Yeah. No assets for me. I mean, I guess I could get this Godot one and convert everything over, but I don't hate myself like that. I mean, I guess sort of, sometimes a little, but... If I thought people would watch, I might, as a meme, mess with Unite, but the reality of the matter is I'd rather just work on my actual game. Because that's what's getting me fans, not some new project made in something else that would obviously be not very good, because I'd have to build everything from scratch, including all the systems behind it, which would be... But if I knew it was going to get like a huge amount of viewers, I would do it. But instead I made this fine beastie, who doesn't work right, but that's okay. Eventually it will. Soul connectors work because they're these things, but for some reason when they're on him, it doesn't work. And this is the sad. Holy crap, Twitch, you're already playing like an ad break? Jesus. Like I'm the only one even watching on Twitch at the moment. It takes like some time for that to build up. I don't understand. Well, it says it's playing an ad break. We'll see if it even is. You figured out what project you're going to do on the, now that you've installed it on a MacBook and you're ready to go? That's fair. I mean, I guess you never have to do anything. I used to try to encourage people to do things. Now I don't care. Most people don't want encouragement to do things, I've discovered. They're either going to do it or not. So I just say, yeah, whatever works, you know? If what makes you happy is just doing whatever you're doing, do it. These just don't count. Well, I mean, whatever works. Game devs often are quite lazy. Thing is, it takes a long time to make a game. Successful game devs usually aren't lazy, because it takes a long time to make a game, and it usually burns people out long before they get there. That's what I'm discovering. For so many people, it's just like they don't enjoy it, they don't have the spark, it's not what they want to do with their time, so they just don't do it. That's fair, they don't gotta, but well, takes a long time to get these done. This is a weapon, right? The Tesla coil weapon? That's a fort. It is a weapon. I linked that one video, that demotivator video, and that guy just doesn't even hold back on just, you know, all the things, just like, you know, he's right too, you know, everything he said. It's just like how long it takes to succeed and do well and make any kind of profit off it, or even get known to people who play your games. It's just, I mean, here I am doing streaming and everything like that and trying to build an audience just so when I do actually release a game, I'm golden for, you know, people wanting to play it. That's, without that, well, I wasn't even getting noticed before that. Even now, it's not like I'm, you know, popping off ridiculously popular or anything like that. In time, maybe. I've been slowly collecting up views that are real. Unlike that weird false start in the beginning where I was getting free hits off of the RPG Maker website. Free traffic. But I'm a far cry from... I don't even get 50 bucks a month, honestly, off the thing, to be honest. I only get paid every other month off Twitch. Because the payout minimum is 50. Still better than 0, though. I was gonna do it anyway. I guess I could just enable them all, but if I do that, I think that that will not do what I want. What is the collision on this? And that might be why. No collision, no collision. Custom world dynamic thingy. Collision enabled. What do I have to just ignore a channel on these specifically? Trouble is, it just hits you specifically, so what I would actually want to do is look at whatever the meshes one is, right? Or like one of these or something. Oh, I see. Query only, no physics. And it's actually the capsule component itself that is enabled. So, how come the capsule component there? doesn't block. Because it blocks on every other one. It's on. It's just child descendants of that. Gotta find the magic thing I need to click. Magic checkbox, as they say. Yeah, collision is enabled after everything's there, so for some reason it just doesn't care. Maybe the chess and checker pieces. They were inanimate objects too. But this capsule collision actually worked. That's the checker soldier. Yeah, I know that one works. Just comparing against that one, see what came out correct or not, like what's weird and what's not. Completely identical. Now, I guess I could enable all the collision here and then see what happens. Just skip everything, just enable collision on all of them. Then I can't move at all. It just doesn't trigger either way. I guess I could remake the thing literally on top of it. Yeah, but then I can't move with all the parts having a collision enabled. For these, I almost need to have like a different type of movement system entirely. Otherwise, you can't bonk them. Which feels really weird. Once I figure this out, I'll be able to do it for all of them and it'll be super easy. Wait, did that say true? I think it does. Yeah, I probably need a specialized movement command for these. Will this ever fix the nav mesh thingy? Okay, it did. That's at least something. Wait, does it just destroy the nav mesh in that area? I think, yeah, like it makes it where, well, actually, this one runs around just fine even though it's blocking, so that's fair. I guess I should just make a Tesla weapon myself. It's not really ideal, but I'm not certain why it won't work. What is even going on there? Hey, another guy. How's it going? Oh, I guess, oh, that's not gonna work. It's just breaking. Should be able to rotate this one though. That's the actual scene. Block the chat a bit here. For whatever reason, this won't work quite right if I just directly put these on here, so I have to basically redo them. as individual things on here. I guess. It ain't ideal, but I guess it does. Maybe. So I was making this enemy that has a little spinning disc and moves around, and it's supposed to have like little Tesla coils as weapons. And I just made a little Tesla coil weapon child actor that goes on there, but for some reason it never hits. Like as soon as you put on there as a child actor this, it won't work, even though it has the exact same collision as one I just put in the world. So I'm gonna have to manually do this. And put them in on this character. I'll show you what the character looks like in a second here. Guess I gotta use individually, huh? No, I don't. Alright, which one duplicated here? Here's the second Tesla thing. I'm totally blanking on where it's at. Yeah, Tesla up and do, sure. If I put them in a scene, I can just move it all at once, and that's the goal here. So I gotta go to the construction thingy and set these to where it has no collision, because if the parts have collision, it can't move for some reason. Even though they're strapped to it. Yeah, see, I'm making this strange device. And they're gonna have light up, you know, little Tesla coils that damage you when they hit you. Yeah. I figured it'd be kind of fun to have. I don't know about using it immediately or something like that, but just an extra enemy to fight sounds pretty good. This one has a extra ability to it, because if you're nearby it, you don't gain curse power back because it counts as a light. It has like lights on it, so it emits light, which means that you actually gain sanity back while you're around it. But you don't. If you use up all your curse, you have nothing. You have to get away from it to use your curse powers. And if it gets near you, so it's just an extra fun little thing that it does. I can't get its collision to really work while you're moving though, which is kind of weird. Very problematic. So it just kind of passes through you, which is not what I want. I'm trying to find out an answer to that. Custom collision channel for it. So I set up like a custom collision channel on all the children parts, and then Hmm. God, it sounds like a pain. Huh. Whatever, we'll make it damage the player first, and if it just passes through the player each time, I guess that's a thing. It's a little bizarre and weird, but fair enough. The other thing that's weird is the capsule component on this is not actually working. It doesn't. The player doesn't hit it, which is strange. Like, I'm pretty certain if I put one of the little voodoo dolls out here and ram into it, its capsule will block me. But maybe not, though. Maybe I'm just wrong. Find out. Oops. No, you don't hit him either. Okay, good to know. Ah. I mean, sometimes blurp, do not question. Or do. I mean, you can question blurp if you want. So you don't have to even hit the collision on these. Is it to hit the collision on any of these? And is that even a thing, or has it always been ignoring the collision this whole time? That's wild. If all this time it's been ignoring collision, I just didn't even notice. Well, this one it blocks collision, but it's got a. Why does it block collision on that one? Seems to be a flaw in my system here. Works on some of them. Doesn't work on this one. I'm sure I set up so that it ignored these intentionally because I probably got tired of them pushing the character around. Might be that way on all of them though, except for the new one, but a little strange. These don't have it enabled either. They usually shoot by you, that's part of their thing there, so I'm not surprised. Why does it work on that one though and none of the others? I mean, they're all children of the same thing. So what makes that one have collision but not the others? Let's move this off to the side here and take a look at it. Actually, this one's set to overlap everything on that one. Blocks all those, but the one here that goes through also blocks exactly the same. That's a thing. Mesh is set to world dynamic. No physics clear. Okay. They're both identical again. That's interesting. How come you can move, but the other one can't? This little pipe cleaner thing, you can't even move unless I disable all the collision on its thingies. But this other one has no problem. They're both children of the same thing. Just spawns a sound location. Character behavior seems good. Huh. Bizarre. So, what's the pipe cleaner difference? Like, why in the world is... Oh, it's the checker soldier thingy. I mean, scenes don't have collision, right? It's just the other. This looks like an overlap wall anyway. One of those things where I'm experimenting with putting as many pieces together, just random crap, and seeing if it, how it functions as a character, because I can make a lot of characters that way without having to make skeletal meshes and the like. But the first one's always the most difficult, because there's a lot of weird things you're gonna do. I guess it's technically the second one, but this is the first one that moves around. Quite wrong. The other one literally has a doll on its head, or like a doll head over its head, which means okay, so apparently world dynamic, like those settings let it go move around without actually messing with the collision. In fact, I enabled collision on all those, but it still doesn't seem to matter. But let's look at the sisters one there for all their little crappy things. Those are just straight up block all dynamic. I changed them all back on those, but I just wanted to see if I could do it like a way that I didn't have to do that, because that seems like way more work, and I don't want to do a bunch of work if I don't have to. I don't know if that'll work, but whatever. Why doesn't work? Because it blocks itself. Oh, yawning already? Yeesh. Shouldn't be. Yeah, I can't move. It boggles my mind. I mean, I realize I stopped those from blocking things, but... This boggles my mind that this works and the other doesn't. Guess I should have duplicated this one. Still could, I guess. Wait a second. No, that too is also a nothing burger. That didn't work for it. We'll did it. Whatever, we'll see if it moves around anyway. Nope. It's weird that's how it works, but that's how it works. Okay, well I didn't do what I want. Oh, it is a giant monstrosity. That's right, he's spinning. Yeah, I don't know what causes that, because I didn't disable any of the collision there, but the sisters can move around with, you know, parts on them, and the others cannot. I guess if you just have a mesh, the mesh itself can move around and it kind of ignores pieces, but if it's just around showing them pieces, it doesn't do it. I don't know, it's weird. Whatever the case. I don't need to set an option. Disable collision on all those. Actually, no, I do want to keep the hit sphere thing. And then I want hit spheres on these. I copied them over, so I guess it has a hit sphere anyway. Sure. And then I need the code from the Tesla coil weapon. There's already a player character option. 2,000, it's like that, and then damage amount. Keep this code right here. That has 2 weapons. It might only need 1 weapon, honestly. Well, thanks for dropping by another guy. Here on that whole sleeping thing, I hear it's good for you. I never get it, but if I ever did, I appreciate it. Always good to catch up, chat a bit, then send the normal people off to bed to actually sleep, unlike us, you know, weirdos who are up all night. Jeez. Way to make me feel bad. Nah, man. Definitely sleep well. If you can't sleep, I'll be here. I like my face is horrible. It was just spazzing. But, well, it did damage. It's spazzing, but it did damage. That's fair. I don't like anyone lies about saying they're tired. Unless she really wanted to date some other guy that day, then she probably lied. But everyone else doesn't usually lie about it. Don't ever get neck problems, they're terrible. They only get worse. Ugh. Unfortunately. Still spinning, huh? But at least I get hit by it now. Apparently... If I just set them all to no collision, it won't work, right? It wouldn't make sense if it did. I just want to see if that allows it to move. It does not. There's a thingy down here, so that's a thing. Yeah, that's why the sisters move weird. Maybe only the skeletal meshes can truly have their own collision that lets them move around, whereas the other ones cannot do that. I'll be right back. Done. Hates me today for some reason. Trying to see, get off, trying to get away from some drowsiness. I'm just gonna feel like drowsy for some reason. If I move around a bit, it would make me less drowsy for some reason. I don't know why I'm drowsy, but definitely a thing. I guess I'm okay if the enemy's not actually blocking the player because I don't want the player to be blocked in and able to move. Usually. I don't need this anymore. It even has collision on you anymore. Oops. Jeez. I think this doesn't actually get everything. I think it actually still screws up. That's why I was manually entering it, because it causes problems. 315 followers on Twitch and only 305 subs on YouTube. I'm on Twitch like 1/8 the time of YouTube. Just saying. I didn't hit play, I thought I hit play. I was just derping around waiting. I clicked it a bunch of times. Odd. Just not showing that it clicked. The answer is actually a sphere and not a... I think it just needs a collision add to it. Why is this thing even rotated at all? It's a sphere collision. It doesn't matter which way you rotate it. It's always going to be a sphere. Ugh. That's the point. Sure. That means that this one here would need to be set on a different collision too, because it's a glass ball. Which does explain a lot. Basically nothing has collision now. What in the world? There's still something I'm colliding with, though. Hey, look, I'm hitting something. Oh, what? I mean, maybe these? Maybe that's it? I just set on no collision for everything because that's weird. I wonder if I should be streaming like, you know, a little bit later at the start of my day. It really does seem like nobody really shows up for like the first hour, and then I pick up a lot of people. Or like I'll get like 1 or 2 people showing up. Then, you know, it'll get like 7 to 10 by a few hours in or something. I wonder if I just don't have a lot of traffic at that point. I don't know. Also, so random. It's hard to judge. What even has collision on you? Why can't you move? Those are overlap all dynamics. They shouldn't block anything. I mean, the capsule has something on it, and the mesh. The mesh is just query only. No physics collision. It's the only thing that's actually blocking any kind of collision at all is the capsule, which, if you don't have that on, it falls through the world. Now the collision's just wrong in that spot? It was that the whole thing the whole time? Is it like the collision screwed up? Oh yeah, it was collision, that spot was screwed up. It wasn't even my code that was the problem. Really? Really? Bam. All that and it's just a collision spot that's messed up. What I'll probably do is turn on its abilities like that and then have it drive through. It's like an attack or something, or maybe it just runs around with them on, like a little touching device. It's not terribly fast. And emits light, so this way you can't just, you know, sit by it. You load the weapon? Damn, it took forever. Can't even hit it. What's that gameplay tag? The status? Why is status on there? Status doesn't do anything. Just to check, the ray trace on weapons is visibility, right? Is that the problem? I think it might be. What's it hit? Or sphere trace, I guess the case may be. Visibility. Okay. But it doesn't block visibility. This technically does, though. What the capsule did, does that work better? Maybe. Capsule should block everything, yet it doesn't seem to. That's what it is. Didn't actually die though. Takes forever, but it doesn't die. Seems to work, and I can get rid of this ugly, I guess. Well, maybe I want to do one thing first to make certain I can have to get rid of the ugly stuff. Weapon damage, I guess. Does this not work? Why not? Hmm. We're at that point where this doesn't work correctly unless I manually add every single thing to it. Like what I was worried about previously? Might be the case. I messed with the other one for like 2 hours before I finally just ended up tossing everything manually in, and it worked fine then. But, you know, I don't want to do that. Should pick a different color, oops. And set the time to like 30 seconds. So I got enough time to screenshot it. It's health. Just something tiny. Like, let's do 10. I just want to kill them in one shot. Just to test. Open my art program too, so I can take screenshots. I go back to have it saying cursed or safe above the text information rather than have something around the outskirts of the screen. Or I can have a different color light behind it. I can light it up a different color. How to hit play. I think I might move my start time to 10. With 9 to 10 appears to be like almost completely devoid of people. Which leads me to believe that I should start a little later, so that's why I get access to those things like that. Okay. So it basically goes through everything, it's just it doesn't do anything with it. Also, it's one hell of a list. Oh, okay. Well, you see, that was very slow, first off. I think this solved my issue there because I just didn't have the collision enabled, and that's what the problem is. And I don't know if I even want additional delays in here. A little bit, and copy paste it. You know, like crap, I only do this. I just tag that. If false, continue. If true, do nada. I think I hit play. I guess I just haven't hit play, even though it's where I clicked it, but it's just been off focus or something. That works. Okay, see now that was satisfying right there. That was exactly what I was looking for. Oh, good. We're doing terrible tonight. Enough that they're doing the spam you with 5 people to watch you. Yeah, well, I say if people, the whole point of this is to get people interested in what I'm working on and to chat and have fun with them like that. So I don't really think a bunch of fake viewers are going to get the job done. I think if you have over 15 viewers or something, I wouldn't get it, but any lower amount than that, they like want to pay people. Yeah, no. Nah, fam, nah. This code is better than the other code. I want to see if this works in the other there, and I can improve things a bit for the pipe contraption. Children. This wasn't working before, but hey, you know. If I can make it work and bypass a disgusting amount of code, I will. It's way better without the delay. They just go pop. And that just has a rich and creamy feeling. Same. Just make stuff explode. Oh my god, those are satisfying. Holy crap. I love everything about them. I mean, that's awesome. And it's gotta make these monsters do something useful, and that would be good. How much health do we give the little ramming ones? Probably not a huge amount. Or maybe I do give the machines lots of health, and they just are kind of slow and stupid. Right now they're very easy, but they're also pretty fun because they just go pop, and it's very exciting to watch them go pop. I might get rid of the little chicken thingies because I don't know if I like them very much. Mix in more of these dolls instead. Also, the chicken thingies aren't that great. They don't play very well. I mean, they're okay, I guess. They mostly just launch things and move away. I think the cannons are more fun. They'll keep away enemies not terrible. You only have the fool to fight them, so that's something to note. They do get knocked back by it, so it's not like they... Like, if you can hit them, they go flying. So it does save a lot of time and effort. Well, I mean, like, they don't hit you then. These guys are great for putting on shelves or places where you won't, they won't fall off. Unlike the other enemies that just fall off. Nobody likes them. Well, they jump off. And both the other two jump. So you can't put them anywhere. I need to basically stop using jump command a lot. Because then I can't put them on top of anything and it's just weird. Causes so many problems. I mean, for certain ones, they have an attack that does that, and that's fine. I should also make a mortar. Because you know mortars are awesome. I love that the new code is working the way I want it to. A vast improvement over the old code. I have to wonder about this time of night sometimes. I don't know, like certain points it seems like there's no one. Other times it's just like, oh my god, there's all these people. I convinced myself to stream in the morning I would. But I tried that, didn't work. Getting up and immediately trying to be creative does not work for me. Let me clean up the code on these while I'm thinking about what I want to do for my mortar thing. This is ugly. I should endeavor to clean it some, but before I do that, $50 might be too much. I think I did it like 4 times, so you might take a lot of damage from that. I don't want to get too hard in the beginning. It depends on where these are going to be, though. But that's very much the wrong room. You know what I'm gonna see? Go ahead and build all lighting real fast here. And everything, so see if it fixes the nav mesh here. Well, it's kind of having some problems. I think I used to buy various things when I could just assemble things. Mistakes were made. Definitely made. Sell to comb sketchfab and things for like more doll parts, more steampunk parts, and just start fusing them together to make more things and keep making more machinery because I can make more mechanized dolls. That'll be a lot of practice because we're gonna make TikTok Tilly one of the few dolls I haven't made yet. I'll almost certainly want to make her out of all these weird pieces. I was gonna use splines, but I'm not gonna do that anymore. I want to use actual individual pieces. This way I can blow them all up and then I go flying. At some point I'll make her, and I'll spend a bunch of time on her. But she's like the third boss, so, or the third major boss, I should say. I guess I should have like, you know, the victim bosses, and then there's just the random normal bosses that are not important. But the 5 victims are important. I just want to see if it fixes the stupid collision issues with, not just the nav mesh issues with this hole here that forced me to sit there and spend 30 minutes messing with a character only to discover the issue was the nav mesh itself. Which I've seen happen a bunch in 5.54. Yeah, I hadn't really seen that. Like last night we had the ley lines going through it, which is just like, how does this even happen? May clip that. Mida. It only shares like 29. It's clip it immediately, so it's like 29 seconds. I'll deal with that later, but did it fix it? Yeah, okay. Balancing this game is very hard. I don't like things all dying in one hit though. That's pretty unfun unless you're gonna have a million of them. I guess I could make these guys tiny and then it wouldn't be so bad. You would just, you know, kill them and they're very slow. We're already taking 20 damage fighting 4 of them. That's a lot. I think they have too much health by a lot. Why can't I hit you guys? I'm not gonna have 4 of them at a time. That's pretty beating though. I don't know. Like, I can't even beat this many of them. I guess we figure you might the Empress at this point. See if you use the Empress against them. Keep forgetting you probably have that, so you make your life a little easier. Oh, the Empress can easily beat these, so it's not too bad. I can program in all the other tarot cards just to see how they play out. Might be interesting to see. I kind of want to give an additional weapon, but I kind of want a ranged weapon. Yeah, close out of that. No, I need that. That's Twitch. Wrong one. So what I want to do, I'm just debating what I want to do with this here. Open up Poppet here. That's what I want to do. I rotate it first, stand up in weird locations, and you rotate. Let's see, I want... Oh, hang on. Wait, does this even say jump current count? Does that even go up? I don't think so. Unless the move itself does it. Yep. Then my double jump has to be yanked up by the hanged man rope instead. I'll probably lean it backwards, I think. Maybe not. Already is technically backwards, but she jumps around a bunch, so I'm assuming I kind of want it a little more rotated. Probably get a better hangman rope, but that's okay. Oh. I'm invisible. Keyboard? What this? That's weird. I might switch the other one for Temperance, I think, at this point. Just change them up. I like the Hangman being a rope that makes you jump. I might make the weapon ones entirely weapons so that they're more interesting. If I traverse, it never does on landed. Continues to shut off. Oh crap. There's an on landed, right? Already there. There's a custom on landed event. Might as well add to the parent just in case I use it multiple places, but I don't think I will. You don't make a custom at that point because it already has a thingy. I guess I make Temperance the little ball thingy. We're supposed to have a time slow mechanic. Hey Wave, how's it going? Oh, okay. Welcome back, Fearless. I've been making new enemies. They're very exciting. Out of junk. I've definitely been hard at it. That one doesn't do anything yet, but these ones do. Hit by a cannon bird. Can I hit him? I can't hit him. Oh yeah, it was not that great. Now it's much better. Oops, blowing myself up here. I made this really hard because I just want to test things out. Yeah, I was making these new thingies. They're great. This one doesn't do anything yet, but I made that too. You can hit it. But it has no animations or anything, so it's really boring. It doesn't do anything yet, but one day it will. I think I've heard the name. Doesn't he have a death thingy? Wow. I've been making new machines. Better machines. It's machines. Yeah, I don't think I really looked at it. Oh. Oh, I forgot YouTube. Nice spelling. You're saying Forsaken? There's a little Forsaken game thing he brings up, like Forsaken on Roblox. A 90s FPS freedom. Maybe this is... Are you thinking Forspoken? Is that what you're thinking? That looks a lot more like what you're probably talking about. Also have a map system. Shows where you're at, which rooms connect, which floor you're currently on. I haven't put all the other rooms in yet. Don't know what's going to be in there yet, but get an idea. Arrow menu. Load menu. Save menu only works from the box. You know. Options menu. Collectibles, but I haven't put all of it in there yet, so it's kind of not necessary at the moment. Yeah, I kind of want to make a mortar. One that just fires up and does a big explosive. All sorts of steampunk props I can just slam on top of it, call it square. Kind of exciting. Pieces of things. Most of it's not that worth putting on here, but every once in a while something's kind of neat. Mostly I just use lots of pipes and machinery attached to them. And then move on with life. Do that, and I gotta move all the tarot cards around because I want, I guess, Temperance to be the bubble wand, since it bubbles things. I'll probably make the Hermit today. I'm so torn on the hermit because I had an idea that might be fun for the hermit, but there's also another idea that might be also better for the hermit. My ideal world, at the very least, I'm going to take all these and move them upwards. Hey, Lepus, how's it going? Nice, nice. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I made a new enemy. It was exciting. The new enemy works very well now. And right now I'm making a mortar. Why not make a mortar, right? Yeah, a mortar is basically kind of like a bomb launcher, essentially like that launches it at an angle and tries to land on top of things. So it's just like, you know, goes boom. Right? And that's what this will do. It'll fire it up in the air and try to have it land, and then it'll launch a big explosive thingy instead. Hits an area. Now, obviously this one is, you know, gonna look a little different. A lot of the same pieces, but you can just assemble them in different ways, and out pops a whole new dude. Who's very exciting. Yep. Wait a second. It's not what I thought it would rotate around, but sure. one's a short boy. Short King, there you go. I'll have to give these better names. Or I could put some differently in the center. Yeah, so I'm changing around what some of the various things do. And I've decided the Hanged Man is double jump. And when you're on your any jump besides the first one, it uses a rope to yank you up instead. Because, you know, why not? So it's like, when it yanks you up, that's how you get double jump, because it's funnier. Still double jump, but now you're being hung to do it. Exciting. Those enemies are special because they emit light. This way, when you're around them, you don't gain curse power back. You do gain sanity, but you run out of ability things, so that's kind of a problem. And of course, the usual canon dorks, because, you know, why not, right? But I improved the explosion thingy too, obviously. So now they really break into pieces. Yep. It's like, phew. I'll probably get a slightly better rope for the Hanged Man, but you know, it's fine. Maybe add some particles to it. Yep, they go pop. Pieces go everywhere. Ah, oh, you see. I have discovered secrets beyond mortal comprehension, and that is how. No. But I will show you. Or I am a cool kid like that. Maybe the coolest of kids that ever kidded out there. What do you call that one? Pipe cleaner. It's right here. So the first thing I did is on the construction script, I took the mesh, since I've attached everything to the mesh, and I got all the children components, and I included descendants, and I set that as an array. You can ignore this other thing here. This is just something I did. This is important right here. You need to get all the children components of that. And then I have an alternate death option, and on the alternate death option, well, I spawn an emitter, sure. And then I do an actual do end loop with the length of the character piece array, which is that thing I got in the construction script. And on each of these, I cast to a static mesh component, getting, you know, each of those, and then, you know, the do encounter -1 because it's an array. And then I set the collision enabled because they don't have collision enabled. Set simulate physics on. And then I randomly pick a direction and give them some linear velocity in that direction. Basically, I just, you know, random float range and multiply it by their current, you know, direction. And just say, yeah, we good. Oh, it's a random unit vector anyway, so it's a random direction node for it. And that's pretty much it. Each one of them just loops through that. Well, the do end loop, because each one had delays or something. And they all go pop. That code wasn't working for quite a while last night, I don't know why. But now I'm in 5.54, so I'm assuming that maybe they just fixed it. This didn't really work in 5.53. I sat there for like 2 hours wondering why it was inconsistently only blowing off certain pieces, but now they go pop. The cool part is I don't have to have death animations for them because I can just blow up anything made out of pieces, and that counts. So then I realized I could start strapping various machinery things that I'd made for the area onto these, and suddenly they're all new things that are like exciting, right? I could strap all these pieces on here and make who knows what. Just cuz. And then blow all the little pieces off of them. The only thing I couldn't get to work was I couldn't make it get the damage right on attachments for some reason. I was just gonna attach the little pre-made Tesla coils onto it, and they didn't work right. I need to make enemies that don't jump, because I want enemies that can sit up on top of various shells and things like that, and jumping enemies just jump off. So I don't want that. Right now I'm trying to decide what weapons you're going to get. You're going to get 2 weapons in the demo, because I just decided one weapon was... I've added so many rooms that one weapon just seems like it's not enough. I'd rather you have a couple weapons to choose from, and now they have a better system to select them. It's not too bad. And you don't get the Empresses explode until after the demo. So I want a different weapon. The current Hangman is probably going to become Temperance. Weapon skin too? What do you mean? Different weapon skin? I mean, I didn't really plan on changing how the weapons looked particularly, maybe potentially, but not in the demo. Oh. I don't really care about that. Like, the demo is like 25 minutes or something, maybe 30 now. Add in story, maybe it's a little more, but I mean, it's possible the weapons will get a little better as time goes by, but there's so many abilities in the game. Customizing them is not really that important to me. With 66 abilities in the game, you'll get new toys to play with. I'm not sure you lose the Fool for that much of the game, honestly. You might. Depends on what its third ability is and how often you really use it. Like, I assume it has to do a lot more damage on the weapons, but there might be some way to gain additional ability on, or additional strength on the weapons. I don't know. A progression system besides collecting new abilities, I haven't really thought of anything. But I can also do it just pure Metroid style, where all you do is get upgrades. But yeah, I don't want to introduce any system that's a lot of extra work but doesn't add any gameplay. Until maybe later, if people really like it, I added some sort of customization system. Like if people are like, this game is amazing and it's like making money, then we could talk about a bunch of extras that pimp things out. Potentially I might make it where, right now I have it set up where it equips a different hat for each thing, but I could make it where you could just wear specific hats if you wanted. Like pick a permanent hat you want to wear instead of just always, you know, changing every time, but I don't want to do that either. It's like not high on my list. Yeah. I mean, there'll be 22 different looks for, you know, Poppet having a different weapon or there's something in her hand and a different hat. So that's quite a bit. I don't really have a way to change her dress effectively, so I ain't gonna bother with that. Also, the amount of time and effort added into that is incredibly high because outfits, well, female outfits take a long time to mess with. I can change the color of it pretty easily enough if I want. But maybe I'll have that option, change Poppet's color or something. Different hair colors. I was considering having different hair options for her too. But again, that's a lot of extra fluff that doesn't really do much for the game. It isn't very high on my list of what I want. Like it's something to be cool later, but Job 1, make all the important stuff in the game, like the gameplay and the levels and the gameplay. Job 2, extras. If time permits. Well, the other thing is broken. Yeah, that's fair. Options are good. Making all those sounds like a lot of work. I mean, I spent a whole week messing with just the menus. They mostly work. I do need to mess with collectibles more, but I gotta write a lot of collectibles or make collectibles, and hey. I see the 1920 1080. I shouldn't be Steam, like the little Steam Deck players, but I don't even know if this game will run on the Steam Deck. That's a lot to expect. I mean, I know it'll run on a 3060 Ti. It'll probably run on less than that. I don't have a weaker computer to test with, really. What's wrong? I have the office computer that has a 1080 in it. I guess I'll run a 1080 test at some point with a packaged game. I don't know how this game would ever run on a 1080. Like a potato game, I guess. So I guess if you put it in low settings, it could run on there. Maybe. It'd look ugly. But maybe. Bunch of stuff doesn't do it anymore. Oops, not what I want. Remember, it's just the death sight doesn't unequip. I don't currently like the death thingy much. But just having this stuff ready to go so I want to add abilities to it's always good. Yeah, and it doesn't equip it. Never spawns in the other. It's broken. Oh. I'll deal with that later. This doesn't have to be the Hanged Man. Am I going to move it to Temperance? I guess I am, because the Hanged Man is just double jump, which that means Strength is something else. I'll make Strength grab ledges, I guess. What else could Strength do? I'm going to change it also on the tarot graph. Hey Bard, how's it going? Oh, pretty good. I'm restructuring the tarot cards for different effects, because I decided that certain ones had better abilities. Like I was gonna make strength double jump, but then I realized that I could use the hangman, have a noose that pulls you up in the air when you double jump. So I figured I would use that instead. Because, you know, it's very hanged man. I don't know what other builds hangman will have, but it's better than bubbling things, which did kind of hang him in the air, but yeah. Yeah, let me show you. Yeah, nice. Thanks. Good luck on you as well. Hey, you see now when she double jumps, the hangman yanks her up in the air with a noose. I think you probably angle it back more because she angles her head forward a little more than I thought she would, but overall, like, no particles on it yet. But now boring double jump involves hanging your character over and over for no apparent reason. Perfect. Exactly the kind of game I'm looking for. Now I have these new enemies too. They ram into you and deal damage. They explode. But more importantly, they have a unique effect. And their unique effect amongst other enemies is that they emit light. So while you're by them, you don't gain curse power back. You don't lose your sanity, you actually gain sanity, but if you run out of like curse power, you have to get away from them in order to gain your curse power back. Making them an all-new fun addition to the family. I think I blow them up. So they're actually susceptible to the Empress, but the problem is that the Empress requires curse power, and if you're too close to them, you can't use curse power. Well, you can, but you'll run out very quickly. I improved the explosion on these two. Maybe not the collision on them, but you know, you're working on it. That's interesting. Apparently, those things don't remove themselves from your array when they die. So having lights on the enemies causes a bug I need to fix. Yeah, I'm not getting cursed back, which says to me that the array is wrong. So I've never had an enemy that emits light. Which means the in-light mechanic has to happen here. Oh, pipe cleaner is the one that has in-light on it. Alright, so we run in darkness at that point. Actor. This is just doesn't need to be there. Player character. Actually, I just have player character as a thing. Yeah, that's been what I've done so far this stream. Make the pipe, actually, yeah, the pipe cleaners do really well, and then add double jump. Well, add a noose to double jump. And tweak some stuff. Such as changing out all the, well, I'm changing all the tarot around, so. Like I say, the Hangman's probably going to be, the original one with the bub one's probably going to be Temperance. Which means Temperance will almost certainly have a bubble ability, and then an ability to slow time. And then, I don't know, something else. Maybe a force field or something. I might program the Hermit today. I was just programming as many of the abilities I could think of, because why not? Death thingy has lots of problems. Right now, it doesn't unequip her correctly for some reason. I don't know why. Something weird about it. But this has to happen so that when they die, it removes them from the array of lights, so the Poppet doesn't just gain, you know, permanent sanity but no ability to gain curse back. Because that is horribly unfun. Also, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I've done that test. Should be right. continue and see if these things stay in the light or not. It's not a very hard fix. I just forgot that they're currently in the light array and they don't remove themselves because they're destroyed at the wrong time during the cycle of the in-light thingy. They're not running light. You definitely should. You could be doing game dev right now, and the fact that you're not doing game dev is sad. That's what I'd tell them too, but the real reality is you want to do game dev. Let no one tell you different. What it feels like. Game dev never ends. Which isn't the worst. You know, I mean, I like game dev quite a bit. Probably more than I should. True. I'll change the color. Blue's kind of boring. Also, I sometimes use it too much anyway. Never set player character, do I? That'll probably fix it. Come on. Hey, grab. Thank you. So now you just gotta buy Unite and then try to win that the RPG Maker thing. You know, where you get $1,000 for making the best game in Unite because you'll be the only one who enters. It's only $10 for Unite on the Humble Bundle, I'm just saying. It's like the worst plan ever. Yeah. Making your own UI is so helpful if you want to make a game that isn't like, you know, the same one that's already, you know, like the same generic game, right? Like making your own UI in an RPG Maker game is very hard because it's not designed to do that. There's definitely some things that require a lot of work in this. Once you get your system and built the first time, like I'm just going to build every game off of the same system. So every game I make after this one is going to start so far ahead. You'll be able to see me retweak all this stuff and be like, practically the same thing already. It'll be great. But that's a different time and a different place. I have 9 in there? How do I have 9 in the array? Does it keep adding? No, there's 8. What in the world is, like how they drop so many in there, I guess. Oh yeah, I had that. There was a free one, but I mean, it's like you work so hard for this thing and it's like not even all that good. Well, I guess I'm too close to them. Oh, I'm at 0. Sure, all the lights that are nearby here works good. Yeah, these things add a million lights to the array and they don't remove them. Well, first of all, I don't need this. This reactor has lights on it. That's probably part of the problem right here, the reactor itself. Doesn't even need inlight on it because these little tubes emit light too. Yeah. It's fair. I've done plenty of organizational documents along the way for this because at some point I just start to realize that I have too many things going on. I need to really focus on what I want to make. And in all reality, for the demo, I probably shouldn't even be making all these abilities. I only really need one new ability. That's it. Because I just wanted another weapon. Help spice up the gameplay a little more. It really helps once you get the Empress and the healing ability for it, but that's pretty far in, actually. You have to go a long ways without healing. Yeah. Well, I've already figured out that I'm no longer going to wait until I have a demo for a Steam page. I don't need a business to make a thing, first of all, and apparently you can just change your business name whenever you want, so that's not a big deal. But like Thomas Brush made his thing like a year before he released Twisted Tower, so he was farming things long before that, and then he released the demo like 2 weeks before the game came out, like 2 weeks before Neckfest or something like that, so maybe a month and a half of the game came out. So that's really what I should do, because then you got like 3 different points where the game gets exposure. But yeah, scoping is way harder. You think your scope is good, and as the adage says, take your scope and have it, and then have it again. Pretty much it. I've been cutting things out of the game. Some things I have to add because of the nature of what it is, but there's some things that it's just like you're, you know, the whole customizing the weapons thing. Yeah, that sounds cool, but again, that's just extra scope beyond what I'm looking to do, you know? And right now I'm already on cutting scope because it's so much. And I'm just like, oh, what am I going to do for this and that? And do I have a good idea for this? And just how much story is really going in this game, and how can I cheap out on enemies by making my own, because I can't really afford to buy a bunch of things, and getting custom enemies is hard, you know? I mean, anything I can do to make it work, you know? And I'm probably aiming for about 6 hours in game length, in all honesty. It might be longer, I don't know. I've never had anyone playtest it besides me, and there's no story, so... Yeah, add some feature in, and the real scope issue is, okay, yeah, sure, you added a feature. Now you gotta add gameplay for that feature, right? That's what really adds to it. Like, people always like to make all these systems and they forget they need to make a game that you can actually do something in, like, you know, use those abilities. So content creation is very time consuming. As you see me do here, not only making enemies, then I gotta make the enemies do something. Like, they gotta fight, all that too. You know, they gotta have some kind of AI for what they do. They ain't gotta be my enemies don't have to be very complicated, but each new enemy has to do something. I'm probably gonna make most of them one-trick ponies, in all honesty. The straight-up Metroidvania thing of one-trick ponies. Yeah, so too many people are just, you know, doing their thing and forgetting that we need a game. You need to attach it to something, right? Make it work. And they don't. They just don't. And it's like, yeah. Or they spend like 1 million years just making the system behind the game. You need some systems, and those take a little bit of time, but I definitely wouldn't spend a huge amount of time making any one particular, you know, thing in advance unless you need it. Like, I shouldn't be spending any extra time on a lot of these abilities, but I'm probably gonna use it for like the trailer, I guess. Since I'm no longer rushing to get a demo out because I really want the I'm just gonna use the Steam page to farm things and probably have testers. Because I don't think that unless your demo is basically like literally a slice of your game, I don't think you should put it out. Your demo is not a beta test. Too many people seem to look at it like that, and it just isn't a beta test. Or worse yet, an alpha. So by the time the demo is available, I want the demo to be basically just, I took the first, 30 minutes of the game and chopped it off and said, here, play this. Once I have like a Steam page and an Epic page for it, it'll be a lot harder for people to steal it anyway. I won't be as worried about it. Like if they steal it, they'll have to put it on the same marketplace and have plenty of proof to make them basically, take it down. And hopefully get them banned off both. Not that that'll do much probably, but it'll make me feel better. But yeah, that's what I do right now. I need to look at my scope things there and just be like, okay, this is what I gotta do. I may have a to-do list. A lot of it's really boring, like audio crap. Dialogue stuff that I just need to sit down and start doing more writing on. I'm really arguing with myself on just how I want, Tinka and Poppet to really be. Problem is, after spending a lot of time studying how real women talk, I realized I wouldn't want any game where they actually really acted like that. So I was like, I gotta make them like more like, fictional women that are actually fun to talk to. And not nitpicky and fighting and talking about inane crap. Nobody wants to hear that. So I need to really focus on making them good people. Or funny at least. Probably funny, I don't even know. I'm just not sure. I don't know. I wouldn't waste your time on the itch.io thing, in all honesty. Unless you already have a following, you're just wasting time. Right, build a following. Even now, with what following I have, I'm probably making about $30 to $40 a month. There you go. That's pretty much about it. 30 to 40. So, unless your following is at least as good as mine, you probably ain't making much. And that money pretty much comes from Twitch. A little bit from itch.io. I had a couple assets on there for sale, but they don't really make anything much. I don't think I've ever collected the money off it. I think I made like $20-something off that. But I have like 315 followers on Twitch and I think like 305 subs on YouTube. So I'm basically nobody, of course, but the only time anybody has actually specifically donated a project is donating through Twitch. Actually, no, one person gifted me a Humble Bundle. That's true. So, yeah, I wouldn't bother. Also, itch has a really crap traffic too. I saw that when I put the RPG Maker version of Poppet Quest on there, and it had 27 players ever. Hey, Pengu Kim. Yeah. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm super happy that I'm making anything because I was already doing this stuff. And, that's cool, but, Lepus was talking about making an itch.io page for people to donate on a very early version of his game, and I was just telling him my experience with it, and, like, say, without a following, you probably aren't getting anything in the first place, and even then, when I did put something on itch, it did nothing. It failed horribly because it was, as he put, a very early version of the game. Not this game, but the RPG Maker version of this game, which was terrible. So yeah, I'm very excited to make anything off it until Twitch came along. I wasn't making any money on that. Now it helps fund a little bit of the game's development, which is awesome. As you know, game dev isn't free necessarily. I mean, it can be if you want to spend all your time, but time isn't exactly, time is money. If you could easily make way more money doing something else if that was your goal. But I want to live my dream, so. Yeah, it's just my experience for him to see if it's valuable. I mean, I don't have a huge following. I've got like 315 followers on Twitch and 305 subs on YouTube, so I'm basically nobody. But I mean, they're slowly picking up over time. I'm streaming to both right now. The YouTube often doesn't do very well. It never has. But I get people added to my Discord that way. Like, the conversion rate to Discord is surprisingly very high for YouTube. Take of that what you will. I don't know. This is a bizarre thing where I'm just like, oh, cool. A lot of people weirdly join the Discord, which is the best, you know, because, you know, that means more people I can chat with all the time as opposed to just when I'm streaming, which, I mean, I have a regular job, so I can't do this all the time. If I could do it all the time, I probably would, but I'd do it more often than I'm doing. I already do it 5 days a week and basically 40 plus hours a week on top of my job, so. Yeah, imaginary villain, huh? I'll link it. I don't know why they put the little @ symbol in there. It works if you don't put the @ symbol as well. I just copy pasted the thing. Yeah, it works without the @ symbol and with the @ symbol. I'm up to 306. I'm assuming you just subbed and that's why. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not necessarily about the money. What it really is you have to build a following. Or you need a publisher. Those are your two options in the world of game dev. Because when you put your game up on Steam or whatever, nobody's going to play it. Do you know why nobody's going to play it? Because it's going to get completely buried, because that's how the Steam algorithm works. You need a certain number of wish lists to even have a chance of being seen. So you have to do what you can on that there. Well, thanks for this up, Pinger Game. Pumping them YouTube numbers. Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's funny because I've been streaming on YouTube for significantly longer, and it took like, I think I've only like infrequently streamed for a lot of it, but I think I started streaming a few years ago on there, and I just periodically would stream for a while, and sometimes I'd stream a lot. But I started dual streaming to both, and it started in like, I think like November or something for on Twitch, and it already has more followers, which is just much more kind to me. It's because raids exist, but YouTube doesn't have raids, and raids are basically how you get people, and you just stream a lot. If you're always online streaming, then you just kind of collect people and keep them, because they just kind of keep staying around, and you know, a certain number will, and the longer you can keep them, the better. Yeah, the raids are exactly that. Without raids, I mean, but that's how I got monetized. Yeah, the game dev community is very good, and I mean, I got monetized in like a month because of them. Granted, you know, just because you got monetized, that don't mean anything. Okay, you got monetized, congratulations, but now you have to continuously maintain those viewers, and if you don't maintain the viewers, you will not make anything. Not that it's a huge amount anyway. I probably make 30 cents an hour in all honesty. It's all said and done. It's not a lot of money, but it's pretty fun, you know, because I was already doing it anyway, so I mean, it's just free money, I guess. Yeah, I think everyone should try streaming. I think it's great. I mean, it's fun to do. I get way more done on the project. Even if I stop and chat like this and I'm not technically working on the project, the amount of time I work on the project goes significantly up, because instead of taking time to, you know, getting distracted by YouTube videos, or, you know, watching other Twitch people, or, you know, playing a game myself or something like that, watching a show, any of these things, I don't. I sit here and just stream and work on it. My distractions are talking to people, which is, you know, building the community, which is good anyway. I know my Discord went from 18 people to I think like 63 or 64 people, which has been pretty good. Let's see, 21, 64 people, yeah. time to make one more video, yeah? You had monetization, I assume, on, you know, YouTube, right? Which I don't get views on YouTube. I've never gotten even close to monetization there. Nice. Yeah, see, I just never wanted to be a YouTube, a video maker. Like, I was never interested in doing that. I just wanted to make games. I didn't even want to stream initially, quite a while. And I just found that if you aren't making some kind of content, you're never going to build an audience. And streaming is content. Plus, I'm already working on the game, so people can follow my journey and realize how long the road can be. I mean, it's rewarding, it's fun, I enjoy it immensely, but when you sign up for something like this, I hope you have a couple years to spare at least. And a good deal of knowledge to start with, because if you don't, you're probably going to need like 3 or 4 years. And if scope gets out of hand, who knows if you'll ever finish. I haven't even finished yet. Like that time I made an animation of Valkyrie. There you go, yeah. Interview a stream with her on Fortnite, and I told her that I finished it the last time we spoke, and she checked it out on stream. Nice. There's a lot of she seems really wholesome from what I've seen of her. There's a lot of merit in making stuff that's specific to a particular content creator and seeing if you can get them to see it. Because a lot of them will stream it and it's just instant views. Sure, no one else is going to stream it or, you know, watch it for the most part, you know, as far as the other content creators. Well, maybe. I mean, if it's meme worthy, they might. But take someone like Meat Canyon who makes an animation of a different, like, popular YouTuber or Twitch streamer every single time, or even when he made one for Taylor Swift, for God's sakes, and like it just every time he does, all these people from all these fandoms watch it, and almost certainly the, you know, main streamer who, or YouTube creator like that will watch it too, and they'll get reacts off that. So I mean, he just gets popular like crazy. Oh wow, you really know her. Wow. I thought you just kind of like, you know, chatted in her little stream and actually meeting her in person. Yeah, that's a rare one. Well, that's cool. Realizing that the streamers are actually people and getting to see them outside of their, you know, their box. Because every little streamer gets a free box to live in, usually in the corner of the screen. I'm not gonna lie, the box is pretty comfy. You just live in the little box and you're safe in your little box. Then you go outside and I don't know, that's not in the box. That's less good. Yeah, comfy little box. You just stay in your box. You're like, this is so cool. I love my little box. It's like the little meme where the person's all safe in their box. They go outside and then they get like punched or something like that, and they go right back in their box and build a better box. It's literally that. Oh, nice. Wow, that's like uber small world. That's so cool. Well, the secret is to make more animations of her, is what I just heard, or more videos of her or anything like that. You know, I'm just saying. Make a whole channel that's just view, you know, videos of her. I've seen it. I saw one from Michael Reeves where it's just every video was just, you know, clips of Michael Reeves, and I was like, I guess he just doesn't he doesn't copyright anything. I don't know. But those channels pop off because, well, you just have to clip content and put it up. Which, I mean, it also builds fame for the creator, for the, you know, the content person you're clipping as well, I suppose, so. Yeah, it really probably depends on the person. I know that I've seen Asmongold say you can just put any content you want of him up. He doesn't care one bit. It's probably why his popularity is so high, because there's so much free free advertisement. Probably, yeah. I imagine you'd probably want to try on like not a main channel or something, but you should create a channel for the sole purpose of that. And if you really want to make money, that's probably a better way to success than what I'm doing. I'm doing this because I like doing this. I like chatting with people. I love game dev. These are things that just amuse me greatly, but if I was looking to make cash, I guarantee you I am not the content creator those people are, and their popularity is already through the roof, so maybe one day I'll be a content creator like that. No one's quitting their day job here, if you know what I'm saying. Ain't no one quitting the day job. Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's not really about making money on, like, say, like streaming for me like that. What it really is if I do make money on it, then I can spend time not working a regular job and spend more time working on the game, which is what I wanted to do. So it frees me to do what I want to do. So every extra dollar is like one less dollar I gotta earn in real life. I mean, technically this is real life too, but you know. Because that's the dream of every game dev, right? Is to be able to make it your job. You know, that's what you're here for, right? You want this to be what you do for money. Unfortunately, the road to getting there is incredibly hard. Very time consuming, and just because you make a game doesn't mean that anybody's going to play it. Which I've learned the hard way. On a few occasions where I'm just like, oh yeah, cool. And no one's gonna play this game. Awesome. It's so wonderful. So yeah, I've yeah, it's just you just keep doing it, you just keep trucking along, making content, and hopefully people like what you're doing. And if they don't, well, there is a strong argument for, you know, changing up what you're doing if they don't like what you're doing. But I don't want to be one of those people who just makes a bunch of games I hate playing. Yeah, it makes it easier to keep going, though. I mean, you still have to make money off your game at some point, in this case, or your videos or whatever. Otherwise, you gotta do other things that aren't that. And that's, yeah, see, yeah. What I need to really do is make assets, because making assets is a good way to make additional scratch on the side to help make it where I can work less doing my other job. Oh yeah, the algorithm is just... The secret to the algorithm is actually pretty simple. There's a bunch of little groups of things that people like. Make something from one of those algorithms, like from one of those groups of people, and the algorithm will serve you up to anyone who likes that crap. For instance, like creepypastas. If you make creepypastas, like you just read them, like, you know, or something like that, there is like a bajillion creators like that, and there's a whole group of people who will just watch those, just one after one after another. They don't even care. Make that, and you get in that algorithm. Perfect. It can be. I mean, it could definitely be. Probably better than game dev. It's literally the gold rush all over again, where, you know, the people selling the tools to mine the gold make more money than the people mining the gold. The game devs are those trying to mine the gold, and the, you know, asset creators are the ones trying to sell us the tools to do it. Well, I mean, sometimes you want to spread your net a little wide, you know, like it's like if you make animations, you want to make a lot of kinds of animations for people. You don't want to just make a very specific animation, be like, oh, it's good enough. You're going to want probably, you know, a variety, I imagine. At least I hope so. That's, I don't know, I've been thinking about various ways to do these things, because I would like to Well, you know, not. I just want to do game dev stuff, and it's kind of hard to do. If I don't make some kind of money at some point, like I'll have to. I mean, right now I stream like 8 hours a day, and then I'll work like 6 to 8 hours on a job a lot of times, and I'm exhausted a lot because of it. I'd like to get rid of that. Okay. What was the last thing you heard? Yes. Yes, indeed. Huh. Huh. I have no idea. I said much. Do not know where I said better or things like that. Yeah, it'd have to be a context of what it was I was talking about getting better about, or what happened right before that, probably. Because, you know, I get to talk and then there's no one remembering what's being said. I mean, you could probably scroll back to the stream probably and find out, I guess. But, you know, don't know if that's happening. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, actually. But what was it? I found the way I could possibly tell me getting better about. But this is a child actor. I have to get all children. I don't know. I blame the alcohol. I haven't had enough of it yet, and that's why I have no memory. Got all the phone things out there, the 15-second attention span, you know, spam me with all kinds of entertainment all the times. Tell people I had the memory of a coked out goldfish. Just children? Actually, if I have a... let's just cast a child, right? I think I get all the children for this. And I mean I have a way to get all the children, but it's like the components here. So I get the children for this, and then I call this. Child actor component. And then from here I can do in darkness, I'm pretty certain. Well, I started actually a fair amount of time ago, like something like 4 years ago or something, back in 4.26, but then I took like a 2.5 year break. It's actually probably longer than that ago. Because I had health problems, so I couldn't really keep going. And I came back and have been working on this for I think about a year since. Trying to click this compile and it's like, nah, man, nah. There we go. My poor computer's like, but why? That's fair, computer, that's fair. I started with, let's see, let me get the actual timeline here, because I started with RPG Maker back in 2019. Yeah. And I did that for a few years. I probably haven't been using Unreal Engine as long as I just said, in all honesty. I can double check. Let's see how long I've been really using Unreal Engine. I believe my Imager has the first thing I ever did with Unreal Engine on it. I should probably give it a good about timeline here, because I have lots of pictures of things. Mostly meme things, but somewhere back here I would have tried RPG. Yeah, right here. 4 years ago is when I first tried it, and I was doing a 2D thing in it. And you really can't see that zoom in because it sucks. Okay, well there you go. See, that's fair. So yeah, I was just doing a thing with like Paper ZD and like 4.26 I think was this thing. It was like a concept for a 2D Poppet Quest thing that didn't end up happening. And this was super early on. I hadn't done anything for it, just to see if it worked. And yeah, obviously not good, but you can see how old it was when I first tried. But then I didn't actually stick with it and went back to RPG Maker for quite a while. Until I believe around here is when I started playing with it again. So 3 years ago I started playing with it a bit. For 3D. Obviously things changed a bunch around that. I spent so much time on cloth physics for this character. We're not even using her, but she looks good. Just saying. Sometimes you gotta do that. She looked well, okay. I hate how it doesn't actually enlarge. But then I took a big break from it, doing other stuff like that. Plus I also had health issues. But I did know how to do JS for RPG Maker. I made plugins for that, including the most popular lighting plugin. Also free, so that's why it's the most popular. I think the earliest Poppet Quest thing that for this is actually technically 2 years ago when I tried a Paper ZD thing. I think I didn't stick with it though. Yeah, this was Paper ZD, and it was originally going to be like a 2D thing, so I was experimenting with that. I guess I actually did some early experimentations, or it has been longer than I thought. Oh yeah, this is when I started about 1 year ago, is when I got to this kind of thing where I actually had the character and all that. Switch that sort of thing. There's like big amounts of time between all these images. I don't usually put much up. Technically, you can look at the streams on YouTube, actually. Because I have almost every stream I've ever done available on YouTube. On the live thingy. All the way back. So I was streaming on there far longer than here. I think I gave up RPG Maker right here. Like 1 year ago is why I gave up RPG Maker and started really going with making Poppet Quest. Like I did a little experimentation, but as you can see, I definitely had lots of code in the back of these pictures here. You can see that I had lots of code. I played Half Minute Hero. It's funny. If you went back and looked through all those, you could really see. I think I briefly played with UE at one point. When did I first play with it? Somewhere amongst all these, there is one. Oh yeah, I mean, basically the game you're looking at was made in the year. All the other stuff was just dumb crap I was experimenting with that didn't really ever make the cut. got thrown away, but I mean, my advice for game dev is find something you love doing, like a game you always want to make, and then just stick with it. Don't keep changing. Don't do things like that. Keep a reasonable scope. If anything, you should probably do game jams, because game jams force you to do things within a reasonable time frame. Yeah. I say start simple. Don't make your dream game first. Everyone will tell you that making your dream game first is pretty much a bad idea, because you'll learn a lot by releasing something, even if it's just a game jam game. You really will. Watching people play your game will change how you view things. Well, the best way to do it, I think, is to find some tutorials on YouTube on how to make a specific type of game. I think I started with a 2D platformer, and I then went to like a open world RPG thingy is what I was working on, just for the concepts of it. And then you know, from there, yeah, I would skip out on devlogs. They're worthless. They aren't going to teach you anything of any real value. Really, it's better to follow a tutorial, a succinct tutorial, and then try. The trick is watch a tutorial, and you'll probably follow the first one like that, pretty much exactly as they do it. But then try to add something. Find some other feature you want to add to that particular game, and now try to add that tutorial in. And in learning to do that, you will learn a great deal about how the things work together, because you'll try to make things fit together. And if you need information on how to do something particular, you can either show up and ask someone like me, or you can, you know, look for it on YouTube or wherever. And then once you get that feature in there, try and add another feature. And this works great, because in breaking the thing over and over and putting it back together, you will learn how to make everything work in a way that just most people don't ever pick up. That's how I got there. So that's usually my recommendation. Trial by fire in a way, sorta. But then you also just get to have something to mess with the whole time, because that's really what makes the biggest difference. And eventually you just start to understand how things work, because, you know, most abilities and everything are done basically the same way. And that's probably the best thing you could do. You can also just start with like a pre-made thingy and build off of that as well. It's kind of the same as having a tutorial, but the downside of a pre-made thingy is then you got to learn how the pre-made thingy was built, and that can often be complicated. So I'm less of a fan of that. I'd rather build the first thing kind of from scratch and just make it something simple and go from there. Also, pick an engine you like and run with it. Don't switch engines over and over. That's a bad decision. I know people who do that, and it's just, you spend too much time learning a new engine and you never get around to anything else. That's fair. I mean, I really think you'll learn more by doing than staring at some random code. Because when you're messing with the engine itself, you can analyze the code as you're going and add things in and tweak things to see how things work and go, okay, well, that's how that works. And then, oh, this does this and that. And you get a much better idea of what's really happening. This is cast actor, right? Yeah, it makes a big difference. It's probably a good idea. Yes. Might not need this, actually, thinking about it. Because I have an event destroyed on this. I wonder if that works. It might. I need to test this. I was puzzling over a weird... I mean, I have all these systems, so their interactions are getting more and more complicated the farther in I get. The amount of code in this game is quite high. You were printed what I was doing to customize some of the things I was learning, like buttons. I was. Oh, yeah. The other thing you can simply do is just open up a third-person project and then pick a feature you'd like to add to that project, and then look up a tutorial on how to add that feature, and then do it for another feature, and then another feature, and just build from like that way too, instead of building a specific game type. Like, okay, I want a wall run. Okay, look up how to do a wall run. Cool. I want to learn how to like swing a weapon. Okay, cool. How do we do that? I need health bars for things. Maybe I want an enemy that moves. Look up a tutorial on how to make an enemy move around. Eventually, you can worry about animating enemies and making them do like getting cool cloth physics things. You can really work your way into it just by building one thing at a time and saying, okay, I need this system. Okay, well, what's this? How do I do that? Yeah. Exactly that. So, I mean, I would just say just start working on a particular game that way. And just, take a bunch of tutorials, build towards a particular game. Not a big game, just a little game, just an idea. Something simple. Figure out how to make a, simple game that just is a concept and then go from there. Yes. I'd rather make Zelda A Link to the Past than Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild was made by hundreds of people over years, and, you're not hundreds of people. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to do things. Like, you don't have to go a specific way, you just can if you want. So, Yui has many ways to do things. It's 5. There's still 2 in here though, huh? There must be 2 left. Nope, no, we're back down there. We fixed it. Hell yeah. I already thought I'd fix it. I think it did though. I mean, it seems to. Plans for Zombies? I mean, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, just an idea. And your plants and zombies can do whatever you want. Most of their abilities are really just they move to different squares or have a different movement speed or something, or can destroy a particular type of enemy better. You'll find a lot of games aren't that hard to make. What is hard to make is, your huge open world RPG thing with every mechanic under the sun. Yes. There you go, see? As long as you have ideas available to, build off of. Some people can't even think of a single idea, and I'm like, just make something. Just pick one of them, anything. Copy something, whatever. Learn. Yeah, agreeing to the details, yeah, pretty much. I was just like, it's just a simple game about a doll in an attic trying to get back to their cursed window, and it's ballooned into this thing. It has nothing to do with that. It's a doll in a cursed toy store and doing all these things and stories and things. And I thought about some kind of quest system, but I think I'm gonna lean really hard on the Metroid stuff and lean less hard on story things. One, because I'm not a very proven writer, and 2, cutscenes are a monster. Like, they take so much time and effort to look good. Like, you can make a crap cutscene anytime you want, but yeah, a lot of these things, it's just like, how much does it take to do these things? Because it's the peanut butter and jelly thing all over again. Like, I just made these enemies and they have lights on them, and that affects Poppet's ability, for her to gain power back and everything like that, because she's now always in the light, which is unfortunate because, they were never rigged for that, so they would add to her array, and when I destroyed them, they would stick forever as her being permanently in the light. Oh, yeah. A lot of people have no idea. What happens is they pick their favorite AAA game and they want to make that. That's really what's happening. They think this game that is so cool that they can just do it because, oh, look, I can put some cool graphics in this. Okay, first of all, I cut corners like a madman. If there's a way I can cut a corner, I almost certainly will do it. Because I'm one guy. And I need any help I can get to get this done. And even I'm like, some of these things are kind of big scope here. Am I sure I want to do this? Because I know the more I do this, the more I'm just like, okay, well. I mean, take a simple RPG thing like that. Imagine every single weapon in there. Now you have to put every single weapon, like type it into your game and a description for it. Do you have like 1,000 weapons in your game? You better put them in. Or you got to, program all to do something too and put graphics on them and things like that. To, how many weapons do you really have? Maybe you only have 100. Maybe there's only 50. I mean, how many weapons did you need again? Don't forget items. You gotta have items in there. Armor? Oh, yeah, you gotta get that too. Gotta write all those descriptions. You gotta make all the menus for that too. Isn't that gonna be fun? It's like, these are things you don't think about. It's like, Probably making that a few months, so there's more knowledge of coding. Very simple, straightforward. Yeah, there you go, see? Yeah. I definitely say, just make a few simple games, then join a game jam, see what it's like to release a game and have people play it. Be ready to watch people criticize your baby, because they most certainly will, and they are not going to be harsh. No, sorry, they're not going to be friendly. They're going to be as harsh as possible, because that's just how gamers are. So, I mean, you got to be ready for that. You got to be like, this is what's happening. This is my life now. And then, be ready for it to happen again. It's just like, okay, cool. On to the next one. It's a really cool video game idea. Love it a lot. Also has a lot of different stuff. Me as a noob cannot realistically do right now. Yeah, that's fair. You can do like a small version of the game, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because, it's, I mean, there's a lot of things I want to add to this game, but I cut out stuff all the time. Because I know for a fact that ain't happening, Like, I am not going to be able to succeed in making a lot of these things happen. So, rather than delusionally think I will, I just cut them out. I'm like, okay, well, this feature is insane. And the most recent cut I did was literally when I took the top 2 floors of this building and said no. And they're gone now. I got rid of them. Granted, I had like 1 extra floor down below, but I still cut a floor out of the game because I simply realized that it wasn't happening. Like, I mean, I don't even know if I'm going to have this many floors. I might by the end have a mere 5 floors. I may cut out additional floors along the way, depending upon how long it takes to make each thing. Because, my original one there had like 8 floors and then a potential hidden area. So potentially 9 floors of this thing here. And that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. These floors are huge. Like, I don't know, like, to give a scope of my city here, like, this city block is bigger than the default map for the open world map in Unreal Engine 5. Like, this map is much bigger. So this game is secretly very large, even though it looks like it's just in one building, because it is one building. So, I mean, it takes like an hour and a half to get through what I have without story, and I know where I'm going. By the time you get through, I guess, 7 levels now, I mean, magnify that by 7-fold, and like 10.5 hours without story. That's a lot for a solo dev. Making a, more directed game like this. Heck, I think I beat Bloodstained, in like 8 hours, and that had like 30 or 40 people working on it. So yeah, I would just remove scoping like that, and there's a very good chance that I start cutting floors out of the bottom too. Or I remove an extra floor in between, potentially. Oh yeah, the weapon system. I know how to set up weapon systems. I have a weapon system. But every weapon system is, it depends on what your weapon system has to do as well. Like, if your weapon system is like an RPG one where you have to have like 9 million weapons is a different story than mine, where every weapon's very specific in what it does and attaches to different sockets and things. I have a way more specific style weapons than other people. cannon scene. That is not the ad. No, it's right here. Scene. Yeah, I'd say just start playing with it. That's the most fun. A lot of times I just sit there and go, okay, this is cool, and I just go and I will open up a new asset pack and I'll just run around. And I mean, if you don't believe me, let me show you that I put an... Oh, let me close that like an idiot. Let me show you that I in fact put an asset pack in here just so I could run around it. Oh, you want a full crafting system. They always want crafting systems. Why do they want it? Don't know. Let me make a quick change so I can run around this map like a pro. I need gameplay tags. Can I add one? Click this, click this. Oh, sorry. Let me add in light. Oh, sorry, sun active. Perfect. And I'll do this. Like, I had a character whose sole purpose was to run around maps, and every time she needed a new ability to go around the map more, she just died. I would just add it in. I put rain on this map because I felt like it. I didn't make it where everything gets wet because I'm a terrible person, and I just run around these maps. Why? Because I can. And I break things and see what I can do with them, and this isn't even interactive. Oh yeah, I gave her a noose now, so when she uses the hanged man to do a double jump, it puts a rope around her neck and yanks her up. My double jump is weirder than everyone else's. Yeah, like Epic keeps giving me these free assets, right? Because you go to Fab, and hopefully you're collecting those every, 2 weeks, where they release more free stuff on Fab, and it's free for like, those 2 weeks. Because a lot of the assets I've used to make this game, they were free. This was free. Not free right now because do that, but I mean, I'm using this floor inside my thing already. Just cause. I'd say horror's pretty easy. Platformers are really easy too. They don't do it as well as horror though. I think everyone should make a horror game if you want to get like popular. And the asset for years now, good. That's the secret. You collect assets for a while, and game dev gets real cheap. The longer the timeline, the cheaper your game is to make. I mean, this game isn't costing me all that much because I literally, have been making it for a while. But I also collected assets in advance because a lot of these character models came about because of RPG Maker, not this. I could have gone over there, but I didn't. Because you can react to them, and reacting to them is always fun. For like streamers and other regular YouTube people and stuff, and that gets you exposure. You get to do it in the dark, so you don't have to make anything look good. Like with RPGs, you got to make everything look good. You got to try to tell a story. You got to have some complicated system. Friggin' horror games have these incredibly dumb puzzle things that are like something like a child would make, but the thing is they're harder because you're being chased by a killer the whole time. I mean, that's fair. I think you can do that with, absurd and weird things a lot easier than complicated things. Personally, I always stay away from crafting systems myself, but I also don't like crafting in games, so that's just me. A lot of games that do well these days are, builder thingies anyway, so to be fair. But if you make a crafting game, you need to make something that's, unique to your thing. If you're just sitting in the woods somewhere building, a hut to live in, you're probably not going to get a lot of people because a lot of people making those games. So I try not to do those, but I do see lots of, I sit in the Discords on, these various indie things and see how people are, what's coming, like up and coming like that. And you get kind of an idea of the stuff people are making, and there's a lot of people using Megascan's assets out in the woods somewhere crafting something. And more power to them. Like, I don't want to, crap all over their dream. I just think that if I was gonna pick a genre, I don't think I'd pick that right now. I'd probably pick one of the make a job thingies like that, the simulation games where they're like, they're like the power wash simulator type of thing. Even though I don't like those games, which I know that they're fairly quick to make, and for some reason some people really like to do what amounts to a job in a game. And I'm just like, but why? It's work. People get paid to do that job in real life. Why not go do the job in real life and make a bunch of money? Instead, you're going to do it for free. Worse yet, you're going to pay for this feature. I don't know why you would pay for this feature, but it's a terrible plan. People do it. They totally do. But I've always found that the people who have never made a game often have the most ridiculous ideas for a game. They've never been in the trenches. They don't know their game is insane. No one person's making that game. Yeah. Well, it depends on how complicated you want that to be. If you have to physically move the pieces into location, that would be obviously like, significantly more complicated than you just add this to the other and it just, spawns one with the thing attached, or actually just attaches a child onto the other thing and calls it square. Yeah. I like the Jack Sparrow quote where, he's got like, Will Turner hanging from that, little, the sail on the boat over the ocean. He's like, what's the explanation like that? He's like, the only thing that matters in the world is what a man can do and what a man can't do. And it's like, for instance, I could let you fall, but I can't, sail this ship into Tortuga all by my lonesome. It's like, you could accept that your father's pirate or not, but you'll have to be square with that eventually. Or something like that quote. But the thing is that's really what it comes down to, is what can you do and what can't you do? Like, what's really possible? And I came from the hobbyist community of the game of RPG Maker, and plenty of people there had dreams that were just delusional as all hell. We used to meme about it all the time because that's exactly what happened. People would just have these dreams that are insane. And I can tell people my favorite quote was literally some guy I saw on like the RPG Maker Reddit who said, I just want to make a small game like Final Fantasy IX before I make my game. Fair enough. I'm gonna take a quick bio break then while you have an ad. Perfect. Ah, hopefully the ads are over. Also, it's cold in our stouts. Yeah. Basically, the longer you spend working on a game, the cooler you can make that game. So it's like, do you really want to make a bunch of little games that aren't that great, or make one game that's awesome? And most people who are like trying to make money off this usually say make more small games because there's just less risk, and that's fair. If you're a delusional hobbyist like myself, I just want to make a really cool game, and you know, we'll see what goes from there. All right. That's my theory. Actually, Al's listed as left mouse. It's easier to keep track of like that because I have them listed as like that and the big things out there. Custom event. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you don't got to be on either side of the thing. You can be in the middle. It's completely fair. No, you must pick my side. You cannot pick other sides. That's terrible. Like, yeah, you pick whatever you like, you know? Yeah. Well, I mean, a small game is something that's going to take you probably about 3 to 6 months. That's what's deemed a small game. So, whereas this one, I'm thinking more like 2 to 3 years kind of thing is really where it's at. And I'm probably going to chop it down because I don't really want it to take longer than it has to. Because, you know, I'm enjoying making the game, but I want to see how well it does. I want to, you know, really just, well, I can only afford to spend so long on it, basically, like that. Like I have a job, but it's a lot of hours. So I'd like to see people play my game too. I don't want to spend forever and like dev hell and never see anyone play it. Yeah, you just got to do it. Just start one. Make a plus called Taku. See, and now it's about getting their kids trying to succeed as indies. That's fair. Only they probably have some fantastical superpower or something. Yeah, I definitely recommend just do it. All right. When in doubt, just do it. We have a quote for this. Aha. Warp. And I'm gonna check if I have this here. Huh. I don't know if I'd want to read something about like that, to be honest. Maybe because I live the life of wanting to be an indie game dev already. Don't think I need to. Well, I don't know. I watch people stream and everything like that, but also, because I also watch streams of this, I don't know if I'd want to also have the rest of my entertainment be about game dev. I think I'm good on that. I think I'm yeah. I think I'm good on that. I think I can live without that. Oh yeah, I mean, like, what did I do before this? I hung out in Matt Bergquist's stream, talking game dev and streaming. What do I often do before a lot of other streams? I'll hang out in like Fox's stream too, like Watch by Thing Fox, and I'll talk to him about game dev. I'll hang out in Jedham's stream. Again, talking game. Because, you know, I like seeing what they're doing, chatting with them, everything like that. It's cool, but sometimes It's a little secret here. I'll stop doing game dev and then watch a show or something that has nothing to do with game dev. Because my brain is just fried on game dev, and I don't. You gotta give your brain a break from this stuff sometimes. It can get rough otherwise. Things start making a lot less sense. You just get tired. You make a lot of mistakes. You become a lot less creative because you're burnt. Give yourself a little time, you know? So I do not wish to watch a show about game dev or play games about game dev. Even though I considered making a game about game dev, but if I was making the game, then I'd be doing the game dev while doing that, so it would be a different story, but... I'd be tempted to make some horror games. I don't know. But the thing is, I don't play horror games, so I don't really want to make a horror game. It's like, well, I could make these and I could probably do a good job. I have to sit there and test it all the time, and I don't like horror games, so... Not a fan. Temperance. This weapon always felt a little weird. I think it's much better as Temperance. Yeah, that's fair. I don't even play games. I don't have time. I considered playing it like Alice Madness Returns on stream, but then modding the crap out of it so it has way better graphics and everything, because there's like all these mods for it. Because it's like an inspiration game for this. I considered playing through Thomas Brush's Twisted Tower demo. I might still, but not because I think anybody will watch me play it. I mean, they might just to chat with me. It's a lot easier to chat with people while playing games. Well, I mean, if you guys want, I'll play through like I'll play through whichever, you know? Not right now necessarily, but pick a night or something, maybe over the weekend or something. Let's play it. I might pick a day out that we can just do actual play games or something like that, because you know what it also is? It's like research. Like there's a bunch of games that I should be researching what other games did. Granted, 3D Metroidvanias are rare, and that's part of why I picked it. Exactly. That's the other thing as a game dev that you have to fight, and this is a harsh truth. I mean, people have hundreds of games they haven't even played, and chances are those games are better than what you made. How do you get people interested in your game? Well, the fact your game is new gives you a little bit of a leg up on those, because those ones are old and therefore boring to people, but you got to get them interested in basically you as an influencer, in all honesty, or just have a really good publisher. But to get a good publisher, well, if you already have some wish lists, the publisher's going to be a lot more likely to sign you on, you know? If you have proof you've made a game. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, there's a lot to be said from learning what from already exists. I mean, pick games that sold well. Don't pick a game that sold like crap. You know, I use Alice Madness Returns as an example of this game, but I'm not copying the gameplay mechanics of Alice Madness Returns, because Alice Madness Returns is a 3D platformer. Okay, there's some overlap, sure. But what I'm really aiming for is like the overall feel of it, the vibe, if you will. You know, the same kind of imagery and things like that. Well, like stealing a lot from the whole concept of like, you know, just Alice in Wonderland in general, but a corrupted Alice in Wonderland. And I'm a fan of Alice in Wonderland things. Usually the weirder the better. So I've seen like all of them. Like if you come across any kind of weird Alice in Wonderland, I probably will watch it. And so this game steals a lot from Alice in Wonderland and some of the concepts of it. It's not the same, obviously, but also through the looking glass. But that's the thing, is like it's not like I'm one for wanting it, but if you take things that reference stuff that already exists, you build like a fan base of people who go, okay, well, this reminds me of that, or that's really cool. Like, I think the best example is you make some sort of squid monster in the sea, right? Like some sort of squid god or something, like, or octopus god. Nobody cares. You call that octopus god Cthulhu, suddenly you have a whole fan base of Cthulhu people. It's just it's in that, but it's the same thing. Doesn't matter. But it's Cthulhu now. Flash project, prototype in UE. Then you play more puzzle games. You know where to start? Well, you see, it starts by picking one mechanic you'd like to make. Make a mechanic. Any mechanic. Just make the one mechanic. Preferably the most important mechanic that your game is. Like, you need a loop, right? Like, what is your game, right? I think most abilities are coded. I think my brain goes blank when it comes to level design. Well, don't build the levels first. I mean, go ahead and put some trees or whatever, you know, put some things in there so you can play around on them. Fine, fine. But make a mechanic. What is your game's mechanic? What do you do in your game? What kind of puzzle do you solve? Like, what is the purpose of your game? Like, are you exploring some sort of place? Okay. Do you pick up objects and place them in places like that? Like, what do you do? Because I mean, like, you know, once you decide what your game, like your main mechanic of your game is, then you got to build around your main mechanic. But what's the main mechanic of Poppet Quest? Well, the main mechanic is whether or not you're in the light or the dark. That's the real main mechanic of the game. Because if you're in the dark, you gain power to use your other abilities, but you lose your sanity and might eventually die. Go back to the light and you get your sanity back, but you gain no power. So the whole game has to be balanced around going back and forth between those, and much of the gameplay loop now consists of me trying to find reasons to keep you in the dark where you're at risk versus letting you just sit in the light. And then, you know, you follow more into that, like, you know, what is my purpose of my game? Well, you're trying to get, it's a Metroidvania, so a Metroidvania is now largely about level design and mechanics. That's what they are. They're a laundry list of mechanics that let you traverse to new areas. Some things got to be about combat, but being able to beat things also lets you get to new areas too. So I expect you to go around what amounts to almost a labyrinth, if you will, with all these ways you can't go yet, but you have to remember there because you'll have to go back later with a new ability to get there. And I'll give you lots of meandering paths and lots of combat and that, and I want you to explore because that's what a Metroidvania is all about. So you will go, like, and if you want to get more specific, what do you do when you get in a room? Well, your goal is to get a key to get to the next room. Okay, well, how did you get the key? Well, the key could be anywhere in here. It could also just be in another room if there's some way to get back through here in a different path, like this one is. You go all the way around back out here, you get a key from up here that goes to a door here. In each room, it's all about where are the keys, how do you get the key to open the way to the next area. Maybe there's multiple paths, but every room consists of getting into this room, figuring out if there's a key in there, or where you go to get the next key to get to the next set of doors to pass the next area. Or to find the next ability, or things like that, because I lock away a lot of the abilities behind keys too. Not the first tarot card of each, but the upgraded versions are all locked away. You gotta find keys for those too. So like basically, what is your game about? What are you doing? What's the main ability you're gonna build off of? What's your gameplay loop? Do you run around and kill enemies, collect loot to get more powerful to kill more enemies? Gameplay loop. How do you make that fun? What are you doing with it? You know, what's your take on it? And what mechanics do you need for that? Basically what I'm saying is start with the first building block. Go from there. What is the base of your game? Build the base of the tower that you're going to build that is your game, right? Honestly, the first thing I think everyone should do is just place a bunch of cool assets on a level because that's really fun in Unreal Engine, and then run around it a bit and go from there. And over time you'll learn to do all kinds of crazy crap, and yeah. And you can always ask people like me or something like that for like help on things, and there's a good chance that you know, I can probably help. Fair enough. So maybe like a third person, you know, game, or maybe a first person game where you walk around some sort of area that's fairly scenic while collecting assorted objects that can be fit into puzzle places, kind of like Resident Evil if Resident Evil didn't have zombies. A good example. Because, you know, what are those things? You just go around rooms and you find things like that. The point-and-click adventure is another concept of that. Like, maybe you build a point-and-click adventure. Maybe you're not building a third-person. Maybe it's a top-down game. Because there's plenty of those out there. Monkey Island-style games. I admit I haven't... Well, I played a fair number of phone ones. That's true. Like Lost Lands on the phone. There's like a million of those Lost Lands. I think up to like 15 or something. Oh, so Little Nightmares is basically 2.5D, right? It's not even top-down. It's just lock the camera facing one direction, and then your character can move in and out a little bit. And, you know, there's actually a version of Little Nightmares on the phone that's a pure top-down. Or I say it's more like isometric. That was actually more fun than real Little Nightmares. I actually played that one and enjoyed it. But yeah, it's... You can actually get away with using a 2D character on that 2D sprite. You'll do that too. Models are probably easier in a way to work with, but it just depends. They can be harder, but depends how many animations you need. As you know, if you need a lot for 2D characters, it means you gotta make a lot, and if you don't, then you don't. Success. I'm gonna rename this to Imprints Left Mouse. Yeah, Thomas Brush went over how to make like a game dev doc and what was necessary to make a game, and that he's like very good resource on like a lot of these things because he's released a lot of games. He's very well known in what he does, and you know, he's successful. He can teach you a lot that a lot of people just really can't teach you because they're not successful. That's fair. Pac-Man Ghost. Nice, nice. Yeah. He had one where he was like talking about his mistakes. His game dev mistakes, and he talked about how to make a game dev doc in that, and I wrote down all that because I was just like, this is great, you know. I forgot what it's called, but it's something about if he started over. Like if I started game dev. I'm pretty certain it was
watching this video.
This one here. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, not that chat. That chat is not a good chat to put it in. And that one there. And this is where he's like literally talking about starting it.
By this studio called What's Happening? I'm shrinking.
And like he talked about, was it like a hook?
Figure out your hook. What is a hook? Well, it's a friggin' hook. It captures your audience. They buy into that hook and they what? Buy your game. What does that mean? It means they give you their money. And that's great. So what I want you to do is think about what's the thing that's going to actually sell your game? What's the thing that's going to make you money? And that is your hook. Now for me, I call it a Trinity hook. And I say for me because every studio is doing this. They're thinking about
so my game's hook is that, you know, you're a toy basically, you know, fighting amongst other toys like that, you know, like, in like a toy factory like that, you know, like a creepy little toy thing like that, you know. You're trying to escape like that. You're playing as, you know, a woman who's been killed, her soul's been put into a doll, and she's trying to escape Whimsy Wonder's toy store, which is cursed. And you can't leave it until you find a way to break the curse or get your body back or something. And along the way, you'll have to deal with crazed toys, you know, Ghost Girl, things like that. They think that who runs the place. I mean, basically already pulling in there by just saying it's kind of like Alice Madness Returns and Little Nightmares. I had that kind of hook like that, and then he talks about like a gameplay hook.
We've talked about this before. Trinity hook is what's your visual hook, what's your
Yeah.
mechanical hook, and what's your story hook. You need to be thinking about those things.
So that was my story hook, you know. The visual hook is, of course, that it's, you know, looks like Alice Madness Returns or like, you know, Little Nightmares type of thing. Like it's got that, you know, macabre type of feel to it. That's just basically embracing the concept of a childlike nightmare, which pulls in people like that. And my mechanical hook is the light and darkness thing and the use of the tarot cards with all the mechanics for a Metroidvania. So that's basically what I've come up with here.
And test it with your social media. If you have even the smallest following on social media, bring that up. Bring up what you
I like
think
what he says
your
10K
hook
is small.
makes your game
Now I feel
special.
bad.
Pitch it to your audience and see what they say. A lot of times we think a hook is a hook, and it's not a hook. It's like, well, actually, there's no bait on it.
I pitch my hook to everyone who comes in when I do the tour, explaining the entire thing over and over and over and over, because that's literally what I do. I mean, like, I want to show people, and along the way, I mean, they come with some, well, the overall concept of the game has changed some along the way, but not necessarily because of chat. Mechanics have changed because of chat. Yeah, 10K small. I wish I had 10K followers on Twitch or something. Oh my god, I'd be doing great. Hey Graham, how's it going? I made new friends, Graham. Isn't that great? They have little Tesla coils on them. They're adorable. And they just want to hug people. That's it. Also, 5.54 fixed the stupid array bug I was having. Womp womp. Shocking. Positively shocking. Also, I decided that the hangman would be double jump, so this way I could put a noose around Poppet's neck whenever she jumped. I'll make it look cooler than that, but now the second jump, her being yanked up by a noose is much more fun double jump in my mind. I will make it look cooler though. Yeah, these enemies have a new ability because they produce light, so this way you don't gain power back when they're nearby you at all. Ah, you also don't lose sanity. Also, they can sit on top of each other apparently. Don't question it. And they explode. Oh, they should explode. Hopefully explode. I gave him a lot of health, unfortunately. I'm dumb. And fight badly. But yes, new enemies are new. I will check and see whatever that was in a second. Oh, damn. Thanks for the raid. I'm showing off a new enemy. As I blow myself to bits. New enemy is too powerful. Oh god. It's because they merged on top of each other. I don't understand how they did that. I broke that one though. You're going down, sucker. It's because you can't gain curse power back while they're around, so you have to like get away from them to get your curse power back, which is terrible. Oh, nice. Get away from me so I get my power back, you suck. No. Ah, he's dead. There's one over here. You stay over there. Oh no. Woohoo! All of you suck. Every one of you. I was testing to see if the I gained my power back now. Oh nice. Well, thank you. I guess I could show an actual play of the game. I was busy testing some new enemies out. Oh, what happened here? Oh, thanks for making on TV. Oh, TTV. Yes, thank you. Thank you much. Many friends. Yes. Shout out. Aha. Banmachi. I don't even know what this is. I also don't get out at all. I'm not even allowed outside anymore. Not since the incident. Nothing. How's it going? Oh god, the incident. I can neither confirm nor deny the concept of the incident happening. I don't actually know what the incident is, but I'll figure it out later. Oh, thanks for the follow. Nice, nice. Let me get rid of some of these enemies here, and I'm gonna put one of them over here just so I remember later. They're my Roombas. They clean the ground as they're moving along. Plus they have little, like, you know, cool things on them. It's important. And I'll put one of them right over here for funsies. I don't know why I'm putting them in these places, but I probably shouldn't have them on the map at all until I spawn them in, but whatever. Let's go eat the others. Oh, yeah, sure. Anytime. Let me, thank you. Yeah, I'll give you a bit of a test run, if you will. Let me just, change the settings for a test run because, well, I currently have it set up for just having all the abilities unlocked. So I don't have to do anything because I'm just, you know, building. But about a year. Some of the character designs were created before that, that's true. Because there was originally an RPG Maker game that went, you know, off the rails and became this. But this one here has been about a year. I get rid of all those, and I gotta get rid of the NPCs that have been saved, and then I can swap the game modes real fast, and then I can do it. Thankfully I have the test set up pretty well, so I don't have to do as much effort anymore like I used to do. Yeah, switch game mode. I also need a nav mesh. Is there a nav mesh down on the level yet? Oh, there most certainly is a nav mesh down. Beautiful. Do that, and then I'll just leave this room abnormally hard. The start of this game is abnormally hard because I've been testing things on it, and I just leave them to make the game harder for myself. I'm gonna tone it down. Except for the first little boss thing, he's abnormally easy because I made him too easy and never fixed him. There you go, yeah. Alright. Main menu map. Should be golden. Showcase stuff for people. Close up all the extra windows of crap. I only know what I've decided I know, and that's basically everything, right? Oh. Actually, one second. Let me go ahead and remove that print string crap. So I solved that problem a while ago. Oh, I don't have the game mode any of that. A while ago being like 15 minutes ago or something. That's like a while. It's forever in game dev. Tarot graph. It's on the light thingy, right? Where's in darkness at? Event in darkness. Right here. You gotta remove these, otherwise you'll forget where they're at. At least I do. It's like, oh yeah, by the way. Where was that again? Huh. Oh. So the game's called Poppet Quest. You play as a woman who's been killed and her soul's been put into a doll. And she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And the at night all the toys come to life because of a curse on the building, and that powers even you as well. So if you leave the building, you fall over lifeless. Her goal is to basically find a way to break the curse, or maybe get her body back or something, you know. Some way that she can leave. That's where our story begins. Or... one second. I had a test thingy on, I think. Yeah, testing. I have a lot of systems to test things. 1 moment, please. Yeah. She's a doll. A puppet. On a quest. Simple names so you won't forget. After all, I played like 30 plus hours a game called Control. I was like, simple name. Not gonna forget it. So the main mechanic of the game is, I'll use this here. This is just your dodge. If you're in the dark, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. Or if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back. Slowly. I walked the wrong way. I put a maze at the start to play with. I don't like it. I'm probably going to take it out and replace it with something else. But I wanted to explain how to use the light and dark thingy, so this room's going to get a change at 100%. I made this room very recently, and in the grand scheme of things, yeah. This is the insanity mechanic, as you can see. Oh, well, I got too close. When you get above 60%, you get it. They go away, but you'll see it again. Oh, grab that. Yeah, but it's not that fun, right? Mazes are not usually very fun. Unless you have something that makes the maze cool. Most of the time, people don't tend to like them very much, but maybe. And of course, this room is where I've just been testing at. So, this room spawns really slow. She uses tarot cards for weapons. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. That's why it makes weird words in the air. Yep. It's a lot of fun. It's a bit laggy when I play while streaming and the game isn't packaged, so Unreal Engine on top, it's a bit much. I'm happy if I get 30 FPS while streaming and running it in the engine. But I get about 60 when not streaming it and it's not in the engine, so it's optimized enough for me to successfully stream it without it breaking. Just maybe not enough overall. But it's okay. A lot of the rooms are designed either for dolls or for, you know, humans, or some combination of the two. Or I should say toys. Not necessarily dolls. I don't want to be toyist or anything like that, right? Well, yeah, never in the wrong giant hammers that squeak. That's just good times. This is Poppet. I'm responsible for her. So, well, a lot of women were killed and their souls were put into dolls. One of them, her soul got stuck in the paintings instead, so she floats between the paintings and talks to you along the way. Also, she lets you travel into the painting world, which is like a liminal space that connects them all. It acts as the game's world travel, plus later on you can rescue toys by throwing them into here. And then they will live here, open up little buildings, and, like, you know, have quests or things to do, just stuff. Well, thank you. This is Tinka. She's my Discord's favorite waifu. She randomly spins for some reason. I do have a dialogue system in here. I need to put pictures in for her. Yes. Yep, she just does her thing. One does not question. She's like, I'm gonna spin. She'll follow you and watch. He's ginormous sized. I was gonna build a jumping puzzle out here, but it's not there yet. But like, so she'll just watch whatever you do. Already got the key from her. I'm not gonna grab the crystal balls because they're not supposed to be there. Also, these pots aren't supposed to be here, but I was testing something here and forgot about it. If you're curious, I do actually have a menu system, as you can see. Oh, I've got, like, you know, loading, options. It all works. A map system, which shows you various floors and where you've been. It doesn't give you a lot of specific information, just show it where they collect. Thank you. Tarot things to select different tarot cards. The collectibles that aren't currently in here very much. Only the crystal balls are in here so far, but We'll get those fairly. I won't grab them all there. Not that they do a whole lot yet, but you know, we'll get there. I just came here for a key. Hammer's too big for the painting. Sure. Basically what I'm doing is I'm probably just going to have like the random people from the Discord do it. So I can keep track of what's going on. But if you remind me like that, I'll probably hand it to like anyone who streams too and let them test it as well. Because there's a bunch of streamers who've already expressed interest. And I'm like, okay, cool. But I want it to where it doesn't have any major bugs before I do that. I'm getting really close to the point of having a demo. I think, well, having the demo portion be playable, like as an alpha, I guess. I don't know if I want to release it to the public. The audio for these is way too quiet. I know it is. It's telling the story of a doll who came before you. This is my altar. You get off that. You step on the button, it unlocks the magician. So this is basically what amounts to telekinesis, and it works on smaller stuff for the most part. So you can pick up, like, you know, blocks and drop them places. Later on, you can actually throw them. Also, apparently that one just fell through the world. Once again, the game is maybe not optimal yet. You can also manipulate cupboards, drawers. You can turn lights on and off, activate keys. Well, you can basically maneuver door handles, essentially. I fell. Oh no, I'm also running out of sanity. The insanity effect is happening again. Oh god. Run back to the light. Step into the light, my child. Yeah. I'm definitely aiming for things that are just fun. Oh look, that thing's just kind of broken. Beautiful. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take the other way. Oh wait, the block vanished. Oh yeah. Oh, it's back. Cool, good block. I will keep this block and name it Steve. Why Steve? I don't know. Why not Steve? I'm gonna take the other way. Bouncy couch. Bouncy couch is fun. I like the absurd bounce. That's why I've kept it as it is. Do not question the absurd bounce of the bouncy couch. Just accept it. Physics means nothing to the bouncy couch. The bouncy couch is your friend. This is a new way that got added in recently. Yeah, the longer you have like sanity below about 50%, they keep popping up more and more and more and more. And this causes, you know, to... I mean, they don't physically block you, but they are obnoxious and in the way, so you can't really see very well. So, you know, you'll have to hurry up, like I'm doing now. Yay, there's a world out here, but I'm almost out of sanity, so we'll walk back out here and I'll show it to you in a second. I want to go with this light over here because I know there's a light right here. Yeah, it's fun. We're all mad here. Right now it mostly says meme things. Eventually it'll say like things that are relevant to the character. But mostly I've let Twitch chat come up with things for it to say. Which nothing could ever go wrong with that, right? Just for the alpha. Yeah. This is my city out here. Don't go beyond those. You can only go up to the... that one died in the air. That's cool. Good for him. You can still stand on the pipes out there. You can't go beyond that or you'll die. So don't do that. Oh, thank you. I have a lot of mechanics. Oh my god, do I have a lot of mechanics. But it's a Metroidvania, so it's all about mechanics, right? That lets you get in new areas, so... You can fall through those, by the way. Poppet's a very tiny character. So she falls through cracks and things, and that's bad, because you have to run all the way back around. Nobody wants to do that. Break stuff! I love breaking things. That's right. Pocket Poppet. The best. Break this thingy. I actually made this one too easy. It's not even really much of a boss. It was just supposed to be a bigger enemy, but it's kind of like a dopey boss. I'm just gonna wail on him a lot because reasons. He needs to be faster for his thing here. He actually has a funny attack that I'll let him do. But I'm gonna hurt him a bunch so I don't have to fight him for long. Because I'm a terrible person. Do it. Do it. He's like, "Meh." He needs effects for him. He's like a little land shark. I can't make him too tough because, you know, you don't have very much here. But I was like, you get all the way up here and there's a key and it's so boring. Why not that? Yeah, he slides on his stomach. He's like a fatty. He's like, you know, he's a chonker. There, that's the word. Like, where he's a chonker. He's like, you know, and he's just gliding along on his stomach and trying to eat you. His Poppet's tiny. So, you know, why not? So yeah, if you have the right key to a door, you can actually open the door using the magician. Yeah. I mean, it's basically Oogie Boogie for all intents and purposes. It looks like it. Yay, glowies. Oh, I put this in here. That's right. I forgot I put you in here. You monster. I forgot this thing isn't even in the spawner. It's just sitting on the level. Really? Why'd I put you in here? I'm a terrible person for doing this to myself. Ow. Mean. You have way too much health for this area. They don't even have drops yet. I forgot to put those in, so... yeah, they're fun. Goodies for me! I don't think I'm going to keep the little sanity recovers in there. I think I'm going to leave those out. They're not very good. Unless you're guaranteed to get them, I don't know. It seems like you would never really want them. Curse recovers, maybe. Yeah, there's a bug where they slide around the ground. Just go ahead and ignore that. Break stuff. Yes. As a toy maze, you must know these rules. It's important. Yes. There's a ghost girl who rules this place. And we'll encounter her later. But the problem is though she's a 14-year-old ghost girl, well, she was a 14-year-old when she died, that still makes her Titanic in comparison to you. Because you're a doll, and you're about 80% the size of a Barbie doll. Basically about 10 inches tall, but you know. If you don't use inches, I don't know what that converts to for everybody else. Well, there's potions. You can jump in the Poppet boxes and do that. Going to the painting world will also let you do that as well. Also, later on there's heals too. I made the beginning of the game normally hard because I've just been using it as a testing area and I don't ever really delete a lot before I just start playing. So you'll, I'll get the first heal before I even get to the first boss. I'm actually getting another wipe before the first boss, but I don't count the Megabyte. He is a real boss. He's just there because it's funny. He got added recently. So did the very first room. It's actually the most new room added to the game. So I haven't really done as much with this as I want to. It's gonna get some redesigns. I just don't like it. Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'll get to show you the toy rescue mechanic in here in a second. Because you can also pick up small toys of the magician, as long as they're like friendly toys. Later on I might let you pick up other toys, but the simple reality is this early in the game you don't have all the abilities yet, so, you know. Get my sanity back. I may up the potion drop rate in the early portion of the game too. So yeah, you can pick up and carry them through the maze. All told, there's supposed to be basically 3 versions of each tarot card in the Major Arcana, which actually translates to 66 abilities. I'm just saying, there's more than a few abilities. You'll figure something out, I'm sure. So you can unlock other paintings. In the painting. Yes. Amazon's my Amazon ripoff. Very important. They have the best lore. Their whole goal is to get this one hat, and whoever gets the hat runs the shop. She hates your guts because, well, she's a baddie, but even though she hates your guts, she's obligated to run the store. That's their whole lore. That's it. They all hate each other. They all hate you. She has to run the shop. Not everyone needs deep lore in this game, by the way. I'm just saying, not everyone needs it. We can live without deep lore. You buy things just like in Zelda, kind of. Well, I mean, you don't carry them anywhere. You just talk to them and can buy them if you have the stuff. Your coins are in the bottom there. I need a better icon for the coins, I think. They don't really match. I showed up for those, and now I'm in now. Yeah, yeah. Pretty much Walmart. My little Annie's-ons. And there's a giant version of the hat she's wearing, very important. A custom dopey building for her. Soon other things will be in her too. I'm still kind of building a lot of the stuff like that. I guess this has to be moved forward a bit, whatever. I always notice that, but I always forget to do it. I still have to put so much dialogue in the game. I keep making changes to the game, so I'd have to change the dialogue to fit the game a bit each time I do, so I kind of stopped changing the dialogue and I'm just waiting until I stop changing the game. Alright, now that I have these keys there, we can go through the failures exit. You can technically look at the bottom of the maze and try to figure out where to go if you come back through the failures exit and take a look. Actually, I had the hat equipped. Oops. Mistakes were made. Oh my god, it's a Poppet box. I should have made one a little more accessible in the beginning though, to be fair. And that's probably a change I plan on making. I'm not in the box technically. Be inside the box. Apparently I'm not in the box. Wait. That's not good. What's up with this? Where's the save thingy? I mean, it auto saves to a thing, but I'm wondering why the slot isn't there. You stay in there. Ain't nobody want to play with that. Okay, so it's a bit glitchy on that. The show different when you saved in. So dark for a second there. What happened? Why is it so dark? Light was being weird for a second there. I'm gonna slam that in my face. I know what I did. You all stay in there. Remember, after this is where I'll get the next ability. The enemy's kind of spawning slow in this room. These are weird undead chicken looking enemies, and they launch bloody chickens at you, and they're very weird. I don't even know what that one's doing. Sounds good. Thanks again for the raid and for hanging out and chatting. That's fair. But you'll miss out on seeing the Empress. Oh, it's so sad. The Empress is fun. The Empress is my favorite tarot card. I'm gonna put all 3 abilities in the game already, because it's that much fun. Oh, well, nice. Yeah. I should shout out Rasta as well. Let me stand in the light. I should do that. Shout everyone. Yes. Do. Ah. We'll shout to everyone. Yes. Alright, caught up in doing these things. Oh yeah, it takes a picture of what you're currently doing. Very important. I'll probably have a way to save those later, so you can take screenshots of things. Of course. He actually rated me, was it yesterday or the day before that, I think? I kind of just got caught up in playing the game and forgot to shout him out too. Oh, that lag spike is beautiful. Oh, you can duck in my game. Did I mention that? It's almost never used, but there are points where you can duck. A feature, not a bug. Yeah. You can see the next biome. Oh my god. People love this. Huh. Apparently stuff didn't spawn in. Good for them. I'll use the dash that I don't use often enough. Yeah. I'll have to drop by your stream at some point and check out what you're doing. I'll also throw the baby turtle in the water. It's the cycle of life. In the water, turtle. Get the Empress. The Empress is all about making plants. When its first ability makes plants grow and shrink, depending upon what you use it for. I fell in the water, so I wasn't looking. I looked over at the chat. Yeah, about that. She dies if she hits the water, by the way. She's a sack doll.
Careful.
You know, listen. It happens. Don't question it. Don't question. I mean, you question if you want. You probably should question. I mean, I don't even know why that wall took forever to load. Don't question that, though. The joke is that I'm bad at my own game. It's basically a meme. I'm just bad at my own game. You're gonna climb that? I can't even climb this successfully. Yeah, I can grow and shrink plants, so we'll do exactly that. Woohoo! I can. It's all new cool places. Yay! Oh yeah, yeah. A big problem with the game is that well, first of all, the lag there. I keep playing it where sometimes it's packaged, sometimes it's like when not streaming, sometimes it's when streaming and not packaged, and it changes the lag. So because it changes the lag on things, it makes the jumps change. So I have like a muscle memory for one type of jump, and I play it on a different version, and it changes where the things are. So I fall a lot more often because I expect a certain jump, and that's not how it goes. Or it lags in a weird spot that it didn't lag before, or it doesn't lag in a different version. Like right there where it lagged and I ended up falling because the whole game just stopped and I lost all momentum.
Tarot cards seem to hold some kind of power. I have no idea why they seem to just be placed here, simply waiting for me to take them. But it's not like I have a choice.
Music.
At least it gives me a means of fighting back against the forces. Even if I'd rather
I'm gonna grab a key. I actually have a lot of ways to get through levels, but what I'll do is I take the ways that I think are the most overpowered just because. What you up to, buddy? Ow. I'm just gonna ignore you. Yay, city. Like a spike. I'm actually getting the keys out of order now because I'm just in the right spot for them. Oh, I'm not the magician on. No, I can't lose this. Yeah. Well, the thing is I used to be a speedrunner, so I try to find ways to break games because I also like watching speedruns. So I can't help it even in my own game. I'll do things that are just, you know, you wouldn't normally do in this game because I know they're overpowered. I mean, I also play the game, I try to play it like how initially I had built it too, but over time I also look for ways to break my own game. I don't have any other testers yet because I haven't hit that phase where things are really ironed out enough that I think it's worth people testing it. But soon. Soon. Yes. Alright, I got a key out of order. I'm gonna go back in this room and do it the right way this time. Like a champ. But I'm gonna cheat a bit because I'm a terrible person. This is also one of the tricks I've found that's pretty good. Clunk, and you can just skip a whole bunch of stuff if you already have the Empress, so if you died, you just go, oh look, and I just jump out here. Out of here. How long I've been working on it? Forever in a day. There's a light right there, so I'm safe to look around a bit. Still up, everyone. I need a key from over here. You can try to jump to the small ones if you want. I would prefer not to do that. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't really have built-in cheats so much as I just have a lot of ways to go, and I don't care if you go a way I didn't intend. Like, if you can do it, go ahead. That's my policy for it. I'm not trying to lock you out of places. I mean, there are still doors and keys and everything, but, you know, like up here, you could just jump down from ledges and try to land on things if you want. I ain't stopping you. You want to do that? Go ahead. I like to encourage exploration, put freebies everywhere, and just all kinds of things, just to really get you wandering around. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much Ricardo Mendes. It's I'm about a year into this game. It's pretty I mean, I have a regular job, so you know, I'm working as fast as I can. I stream more than I probably should because I work long hours too, so it's like, ugh, but I have fun streaming in game dev, so you know, I can't help myself. Too much fun. She's actually a sack doll. She always has a hat on because I like hats for some reason. I can actually have her take her hat off though in a second. Let me get someplace near the light where I don't run out of Sandy, because you're always against the gun in this game, and you know, I have to run quick. There's a secret room. We're going insane, everybody! Yeah, you can actually take her hat off by simply using the same one again. That's Poppet. Her hair is wild. She's kind of creepy in the dark, to be honest. She actually looks much better. She's a Daz character, so you know, I made her in Daz. She looks way better in Daz, but yeah, she's a sack doll. She's got all kinds of weird patches all over her. That's fair. Alright. But it's funny that you ask, because originally she was a witch doll. I just took that out because I wanted to give her different hats for different tarot cards. She didn't originally use tarot cards either as her abilities, so that kind of got changed as time went by. As better game ideas have come about, they have replaced the bad game ideas. And what started was a game jam game has turned into, well, this. Yeah. Well, she has a mushroom hat, she got a jester hat. You know? She's like, ha ha. Her hair kind of sticks to it weird. Whatever. She's also got a little squid hat too, which is pretty funny for Temperance. It's a cute little squid. Actually, it's octopus. My bad, not squid. Oh wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god, I have that key already. I went and got a key out of order. You did this the right way then, because I got a key out of order. I'm gonna go ahead and phase through that. There's actually a secret back here. Because over there's a thing you can't normally get to. Unless you're paying attention and realize that you actually could just fall through here because there's a hole here. Hope you're paying attention! Kind of clocks your head there a little bit. Alright, is this where you get the next of the Empress abilities? I gave this out quickly so you'd have a better chance against the first real boss. I'll go open this door and I'll show it in action here. This will be the first of the heals. See, the Empress plays out a lot like Bomberman. And one of its abilities is healing mushrooms, right? They'll count to 10. And then once they're armed, anyone who will trigger them and heal everyone in range, including the enemies. So, you know, careful. It has a companion ability where it blows things up too. Oh yeah. It's the first weapon, and you use it a lot until basically after you beat Patrick. And after that you get access to the Empress's second ability, actually the other Empress ability. Yes, greetings. Oh, hi McDonald, how's it going? You're just in time to watch me hit things with a hammer. Isn't that great? And I have my little enemies over here. I'm good. Yes. See how adorable they are? Everyone loves the hammer. The hammer's the best. I'm gonna heal up because I'm pretty beat up. Yeah, they're so cute. I made other enemies too. I'll have to show you one of the other ones. I put it in the game. I put just a couple of them sitting around just so people could look at them and understand true greatness. Also, that's floating above there. Just, you didn't see that, okay? That's not real. That didn't happen. I just added it in. As you can see, I probably should fire the contractor. Contractor is, yeah, about that. About that, indeed. Oh, I haven't. I didn't have a push. Control room's in your room. Yeah. LLMs? What are the LLMs? Oh, these are questions. Everyone abbreviates things. I don't understand. One of the new enemies is hiding in here. Where you at? Where you at? Ah. Large language one? Yes, I can agree with this. Oh. Yeah. Where'd it go? There's supposed to be an enemy in here. Oh well, I didn't like him anyway. Yeah. Oh, there it is. See how happy it is? It has a new ability. Its ability is that it emits light, so you can't gain curse power back while it's nearby, which means you can't gain any new power to use your abilities. So you have a limited amount of abilities as long as it's nearby. You have to get away from it. Also, it sparkles. Which is actually its real power because, you know, it's so sparkly and cool. And it explodes when you kill it. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, all that coding thing, it's too complicated for my brain. I only understand pasta. I don't know if you know this. If it's not in pasta form, it doesn't register to me as code. It must be delicious or I can't use it. That's my secret. If delicious, can use. I'm glad I don't live next to an Italian restaurant. I can't expand my brain too much because I gotta think small, right? Everything has to be tiny. Oh, dolls. That's fair. I mean, you know. Turns out that expanding your brain and hold is good. I don't know if that's a true statement that's been made. I've been told it's good. See, it sounds like a lot of work, and clearly I'm not about work. That's just not a thing I do around here. I hit things with a hammer until they die. That's what I do around here. Oh, Lisa Ray did. How's it going? I'm being spied on. Oh my god. You see nothing? There's no game going on here. Nope. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah. I was showing out some new enemies and some new people showed up, so I was like, oh, just do a tour. And we're already a bit into the tour. About 25 minutes, I think, but that's okay. Dropped out before the raid. Yeah, pretty much, Trader. Oh my god. You know what you did. You should feel bad about it, dropping out before the raid. God. I knew you came here. It's like, you can't feel too bad, you know. What you really were was you're actually just a scout. You were just ahead of the game. Because you can't have a raid, right, until you actually send the scout first to know that the raiding party is going to be safe when they get there, right? So that's really what happened. Well, thanks for the raid, dude. You don't get to see any of the new stuff, unfortunately. Sorry about that. You will get to see if you hang out, but I understand. After those long raids... Oh, sorry, long streams. I don't usually hang out too incredibly long for. I'm like, ugh. After about 8 to 10 hours in any given day, I tend to turn into a pumpkin because I work my regular job too, and it's just like, oh look, we're at like 14 plus hours today. I think I'm gonna fall over. Well, thank you, yeah. I understand wholeheartedly. All too well. I guess I'm gonna heal him here. I didn't turn off the print strings for them. I don't think I fixed whatever problem. I think I forgot about whatever problem those things had. I healed the boss. I'm back in fight. He's got 3 phases. In the 3rd phase, he summons lots of minions and will jump around like crazy. Very Donkey Kong, really, for all intents and purposes. Nope, don't play. Over there. Ow. Yeah, these count to 10, and then anyone nearby gets healed when they trigger them. And it does heal bosses and things like that, so you really don't want to heal the boss too much if you can avoid it. I'm gonna probably put one more weapon in to use by this point because I keep adding new rooms, and what was originally only like 15 minutes to get here is now turned into almost like 30 minutes to get here. I kind of feel like he needs an extra. She needs an extra weapon. I gave you healing. You didn't used to have healing. That made this fight ridiculous. See insanity effect. For the new people, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the dark, you gain curse powers, powers all of your abilities, but you lose your sanity. If your sanity ever at 0, you die. Go back to the light, you get your sanity back. But you gain no curse power, so you can't use any of your extra abilities. What you doing, buddy? For some reason, his AI has decided it really likes corners. Like, he feels bad about what he's doing, and he's decided to just live in a corner, and I don't know why. Very sad. Curse you for hiding up there, you jerk. You're just making fun of me because I can't jump very high. I'm gonna go run back to safety for a second. He's almost dead. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely upgraded. I mean, he just needed to make some money on the side. Listen, you know, those SpongeBob reruns, they aren't making the money they used to. Those royalties, they're just not there, you know? It's fine. I understand. All of you just go that way. Nope. I can show off the other ones. This is one of the other enemies I made recently. Ball cannons. I'm really here to open this door. Oh, I put one of those in here. I really wanted to fight him, even though they probably don't need to be here. I didn't actually see Balatro 1, but I can get behind it. If Balatro 2 looks like this, or Balatro 1 looks like this, and I probably should play it. Why am I fighting all these things? I don't need to fight these. Get the next ability. This is the Hierophant. Basically, it takes cursed objects and makes it where they are temporarily, well, they behave. Possessed objects, I guess is a better way to put it, because everything in here is cursed. So normally they don't do anything, but as long as you activate this, they will behave temporarily. You do run out of cursed power while using this, though, so go quickly. It's used to create platforming areas. The good news is as long as you're in the dark, you get your curse power back. You do lose your sanity, though, but I put an area here specifically so you could learn about the mechanic. Do a quick refill of the abilities here. It's good for when you want to take, you know, screenshots of things or something. Alright, so I need a item from over here. I don't need it, but I want it. I want it bad. This is one thing I need to change. The next weapon you get is right from this key here. Apparently you can collect without actually jumping up there. That's cool. And you're already well over half an hour into the game by this point. That's a long time to get an actual other weapon. Yeah. Insanity effect is great. Yes, if chat has things to suggest to add to the insanity pool, feel free to toss them in chat and I'll add them later. As long as they're, you know, not like some sort of thing that's offensive to the point where it shouldn't be in there, obviously, but you know. Funny meme things get tossed in. They're not going to make it to the final game, but just for the alpha testing, you know? I'm going to put actual, you know, story-related things later. Give it up for 2025 for a second. Let me get to a safe spot to read all that. It's always against the gun because of the insanity mechanic. I have to be careful when I read. If we're lasting long enough to give us the next F1 season. I mean, I'll give it up for him. I don't actually watch F1, but you know, I can get behind it. I'm never unhappy to get more cool things, right? Alright. Go get the ability and then run on to the next area. I put goodie boxes in the game, and the goodie boxes actually say on them a little clue for where their keys are. -3. But what does it mean? I guess it doesn't have to mean anything for insanity, right? You know. Never question it. All that matters is insanity, yes. Gimme, gimme. Oh. That's fair. The only sport I watch is dolls fighting to the death, but I understand. I don't know if that's really a sport. But I can get behind it. This makes exploding mushrooms the opposite of the healing ones that it can also make. It's a very Bomberman ability. We Bomberman now, boys. Right. I'll have to add it to the list of things. People be like, what does it even mean? I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's insanity. It's fine. Don't question it. Never question. Just accept. All of you can stay in there. As you can see, I have a map going on here that's showing all the rooms you go to and where they connect to. They go downstairs and do that. I don't have all the floors programmed in yet, obviously. Just gives you a hint on where things are at, so you know there's extra exits and things, so you know to go to every room if you want to. This is where you first get to see Charlotte. For some reason, she likes to rotate around, but she'll try to reach out the darkness and grab you. She kills you if you do that, so don't get caught. Also put a thing here. No secret here. Oh, I stepped on a landmine. Oh god. Yep. Always room for play. My landmines say things. It's very important. Step here, please. Thank you. Alright, I need to trigger her because... Yeah? There is in fact a secret there, that's why I put a giant sign, because I realized you might not see it. And I can't pass up the opportunity to run through pipes, right? Well, the only downside of the game so far is sometimes you have to sit there and wait, you know, to get your sanity back. But also, it kind of comes down to being a moment to relax for the player because, well, you're always running really fast since you are running out of sanity at all times. So every once in a while, it's probably nice to give them a break. They're not just always going nuts and running as fast as they can and hoping to get there. This will probably be a speedrunner's wet dream. There's so many little ways you can get through things and everything, and the it's already encouraging you to go fast in the first place. Apparently climbing is tough. I'm using the game animation sample. May or may not have the best collision on some things sometimes. I've been tweaking with it a lot, but it's still a little weird. I'm also can't jump. I'm very skilled at my own game. Let no one tell you're different. Mm-hmm. There's actually one more hidden key in this room. You don't have to come to this room. That's the key to the library, which you can get into the library without ever getting the key. The storage room is just the door behind me to go back that way if you want. But there is a power-up in here. Well, key to one of the power-ups for later. I hide stuff everywhere. It's just what I do. Probably too much stuff sometimes. So I could go through this door over here and it would go back into like the safari room and all these other places like that. Go out there and all those things if I wanted. I suppose I can. It's not the most optimal way to go, but if anyone hasn't seen the safari room. They launch bloody chickens. And have the loudest sound effect ever. I swear I put a sound attenuation on it. It doesn't matter. The bloody chickens will not be denied. Yeah, there's water below there. Water kills Poppet. Don't jump in it. I suppose I go over here and grab that. Oh, that's right. There's an upgrade in here I forgot about. I'm gonna grab that. So as I was saying, I hide stuff everywhere. I don't want that one out. This one. And I in fact do that. Why is your hat not out? Your hat out? Glitchy? Maybe? Kinda. Hat please? Okay. Yeah, the Empress's reversal ability is that it grows and shrinks plants. Touches the mushrooms down there and all that, which was an earlier portion of the thing. That water kills Poppet too, so don't get it. It might look nice, it might look clean, but she's a sack doll, so, you know. She just soaks up water. There is a tarot card that protects from it, and there is, in later areas, going to be stuff under the water to do, like full areas, but that's another story, another day, and another chapter. Yes. I should have healed up while I was over there. Oh. But hurry up, I can get up here before they start attacking me. I'll deal with you a lot later. I'll try to deal with you a lot later. Since I took the other way this time, I'm going to take this way to get back to there. I can just jump over here, can't I? I think I've ever done it this way. Works for me or not, it didn't work for me, that was a bad decision. Oh, I gotta try new things every time if I, you know, happen to go a different way. Speaking of different ways, I can do this. This got added in really recently, so I have to test it out anyway. This particular way up. I don't know, I'm opening, I don't need it. Physics means nothing to the blocks. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Basically what I'm saying here is I'm literally just like a Jenga champion. But that's totally how this works. Is it even possible to go this way? I haven't even tested this direction. We're about to find out! It is not. Yeah, well, that's good to know. Fair enough. Is it possible to get there any other way than through the library? Huh. Well, fine. Now I'm curious. I guess I gotta do that, because I built one direction. I didn't ever make the assumption you were gonna jump the other way. Oh wait, what am I doing? Step here. I forgot I made those things like launchy places now. I figure it's more fun if you could pay health in order to shortcut areas, right? Like before they just kind of knocked you up a little bit, and now it's like you might intentionally want to blow yourself to bits because faster, right? You have a heal, you'll be okay. This is the way I normally go. But well, anyway, it's supposedly the way I normally go. I think I can jump on this and get up it though. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Hell yeah. I came up with a slightly less awkward way to switch the tarot cards. I thought about cycling through them, but there's so many of them. Because in the end there'll be 22 of them. All the major arcana, so it's like... Because apparently just like, well, I'll just have a menu that pops up and you can just switch and pick the ones you want. Because... How did I miss that? I have so many questions. All this to get a key that's actually kind of handy. Wow. I'm bad at my own game. Apparently. Any landmines left? I think I used them all. Okay, I can at least save. I haven't saved in forever. Well, it has ran relatively well. I mean, I'm terrible at it, but there are a couple glitches I've seen for the most part. Nothing usually game-breaking most of the time. I think the last one, I think I've introduced some game-breaking bugs recently, so we can all be sad about that. By we, I mean me, so I gotta fix them. And alright, I will successfully beat my own game. The embarrassing thing is I've been through it many times. This area, well, this direction has not changed, so this is just me sucking. I blame the alcohol, I haven't drank enough of it yet. Yes. Swap out my earbuds pretty soon, they keep saying battery low in my ears. How am I missing these jumps? I'm so bad today. This is all just to get a key that isn't even that necessary. I was just like, oh. Okay, well, I don't even know how that got there. I'm actually very excited that it's there, though. Wow. I'm making my game look real hard. It's not this hard. What is bad? It's usually the Empress area where I end up dying a handful of times because that area is actually legitimately difficult. This area is not supposed to be difficult. Jump up. Jump up. Wow. I'll try one last time. I'll just... It's just for a key that doesn't even matter. It's just slightly more convenient. It just feels weird skipping it. You can make these jumps. They're not hard. You're not supposed to. You do this so many times. This is supposed to be the easy way up. The easy way to get where I'm going. Not the hard way. The easy way. That one over here keeps getting battery low and it's annoying. Alright. I wanted to jump on the piano, okay? That's really what's important. This is eventually going to be a music puzzle, but I haven't put it in yet, so. I have a working piano to run around on, very important. Very exciting. You also get your sanity back here because it's loaded with lights, so. It's part of what makes it fun. What I wanted was actually in the room past this anyway, I just needed that stupid key. And I made it look embarrassingly hard to get. So with this, the magician actually lets you throw objects and do damage with them. If you can hit things. It's mostly useful for rescuing this toy later. You can get into quite a brawl against them if you want to, and I might be doing that in a second. I often do to rescue the toy, but I guess I'm getting into a brawl now because I get my sanity back. There's a light right up there. You're still sparkling, huh? You're doing your thing? That's fair. What you doing, pal? Doing your thing, huh? For some reason the targeting got really bad on them. They didn't used to be that bad. They used to be much more aggressive. Don't know why it suddenly started doing that one day, but here we are. A lot of bugs I need to look into. Right now I'm kind of polishing the game up and adding well, fixes to things really. Most of the critical systems are already there. Oh, I need to actually throw this in order to get up there. I am making that jump. So eventually I'll make the game actually look good, add in more polish and things, so you know, it looks amazing, add in more details to the levels so they're a little less bland.
It's hard to describe the toy I met today as anything other than the most miserable, greedy little rodent I've ever encountered. But she taught me something very important.
Oh no, I jumped off. Why did I jump off? I'm terrible.
I don't have to go this alone.
I wanted to go the other way.
Maybe I can do this.
It's actually another way to go. This is actually the easier way. Normally I don't flub this game this hard, but today I'm just flubbing. More alcohol is required, that's why. The alcohol makes me play better. It doesn't make me play better probably, but after a while I stop caring. You know what I'm saying? Really horrible bug in the game? Pfft, enough alcohol? What bug in the game? I don't see a bug in the game. You can't prove a thing. Arms are getting all stiff from just sitting here. I've mostly been making new enemies out of junk and like doll parts. So basically steampunk enemies that are made out of broken doll toys and things. And then giving them new mechanics. That's been like the last couple days. I kind of feel like I need a few more enemies early on in the first half an hour of the game. A few more enemy types. Really just kind of mix it up some. It was almost catastrophically bad. There's a toy rescue mechanic. That's actually why I got the magician upgrade. There's so many of them. Oh god. Why are there so many? Throw you up there. Guess they're just spawning like crazy. Ow. I deserve that. I ran really close. Obviously the insanity effect gets pretty bad as time goes by, especially if you sit there and grow your, like, get your sanity back but don't get above, like, I think 50 or 60%, whatever I currently set at. And then you just keep letting him get there, you get pretty bad. Just kind of blocks whatever you're doing, so you can't really see anything. Kind of annoying. Yeah, make this. Yeah, okay, that's weird. Bouncy couch. Guess I didn't change the picture here. Fair enough. This is my testing area, so a lot of things kind of spawn in. It's a painting world, but you didn't even spawn in your little thingies, huh? Nice. Okay, well, fair enough. I didn't want anything from you anyway. Yeah, the shop thingies need some work, because the second time you visit, they don't spawn in this stuff. Well, fine. No upgrades for me. I'm just gonna, you know, go it raw, I guess. Good times. Bye. Stop by and visit Tinka for the new people. My Discord's favorite waifu. So yeah, I make female characters for the most part. I very rarely make male characters. I actually did make a handful of male characters for the game. The thing is basically a serial killer modeled after Jack the Ripper, and most of Jack the Ripper's victims were women. Actually, they were all women that we know of. So it stands to reason that I would make a lot of female models. Thanks for the raid, Goblin Mommy. Nice Goblin Horde raid. Hey, wait a minute. Not a Goblin Mommy raid? This is so confusing. It's just in time for me to... Well, I'm doing a playthrough of what I have of the game at the moment. Because, you know... It started with the first raid. Where I was like, oh, I'll just run a playthrough. And it continued through the next raid. And now we're somewhat far in here at this point. I mean, my life is absolute, and how dare you raid me when I'm already in the tour? Jeez. Thanks for the raid. I mean, my life's ruined, but I guess it's okay. These ones have decided they don't want to fight me. I get it. I'm kind of creepy. I'm kind of scary. You just stand over. Why are you broken? Oh well. The fool gets a new ability here where it grows big and does lots of damage. And their punishment for embarrassing me means that they get wrecked by it. The giant squeaky toy of doom. Because I don't know why they're not fighting. But we don't accept pacifism here. No. There are no pacifists here. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. How you doing? Well, normally I'm doing something cool, but these ones have decided I'm not doing anything cool, so they're just sitting there hiding in a corner. God. I'm playing a game called Poppet Quest, and I'm making it, so... Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, the game's called Poppet Quest. And the main mechanic of the game, this is just for dodging, is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. If you, your sanity ever hits 0, you die. I'm gonna let the sanity get really low so you can see the insanity effect, because it's fun. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, and the curse is used to make basically all your abilities work for the most part. Besides things like swinging the hammer. Also, I clicked off the game. Thankfully, this light cube is good times. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This one is, of course, the Fool, which is why it's a giant squeaky toy that leaves words in the air and everything like that. Keep clicking off that. Weird. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. It manipulates things like drawers, small objects. You can pick up and throw things. Cupboards, turns on lights, can manipulate door handles. You can pick up toys that let you pick them up. Can't make me successfully make jumps. And I'm currently I'm gonna go ahead and say 50 plus minutes into what I have. I have about an hour and a half worth of stuff. No story yet, just all that stuff in there. It's the Empress. It grows and shrinks plants. Has some other abilities too, but we'll get to those. So what sort of art do you do? Now that I've done a bit of a spiel. Obviously, I'm something of a fan of art things, you know? I like creative stuff. Maybe a little too much. Also, you get a good vision of Poppet. This is Poppet. For some reason, her hair tries to strangle her. Do not question. I'm responsible for her and, well, a lot of the other important characters anyway. Chibis are art. I was just discussing with some people who play Magic, you know, Magic the Gathering, and they released a bunch of planeswalkers who had chibi art on them, and I was explaining how anyone who becomes a planeswalker in that should just be automatically turned into a chibi. Like everyone else just looks like normal people, but then these people run and they're just chibis. Everyone seems to think that's a great idea, except for the people who make the game who do not think it's a great idea. Clearly they are in the wrong though. If I had a way to make the characters in this chibis, just as a chibi mode as a joke, like you turn on chibi mode, I'd probably do it. But no, it's awesome. What, the magic stuff? The chibi planeswalkers? They've done it twice. I can go grab a chibi Elspeth. If you want to see it. Just slammed the door in my face. Awesome. Of course, I could just look up Chibi Elspeth too on the internet, probably. There's actually clocks on the walls. Actually, I can tell you the time and how long I've been playing. 1 hour and 17 minutes is how long I've been playing. I'm just wrong on my timing, apparently. Alright. It takes a picture of what's going on. It's kind of funny in the box, though, because it kind of makes it tougher to see because it'll catch on the balls, but... eh. Oh. Blew myself up. So this room here is the first room Charlotte will actually come after you out of the smoke, and she's an instant kill if she catches you. But I know how to race through as fast as possible, so that's what I'm doing. What's that what you're saying? 4 a.m. going to bed. Keep on checking it more later. Oh, you're like an hour ahead of me, huh? It's 3 a.m. for me. Yes, night owls unite. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the raid and dropping by. You have to tell me all about your art, or, well, if I get a chance, I'll swing by your stream too. You should shout people out too. The game's terrible for letting me shout people out because you're always against the gun in the game, so you really don't have a lot of time. Because I can always pause it, which I should probably start doing. Oh, thanks for the follow, Squeezy Flump. I owe shoutouts to like lots of people. Apparently. Dad rated me. I guess I gotta wait for the other shout out to be done first, Net. We'll get there. So she'll spawn out there and wander around. She will come after you. Let me jump in here. The rules of the game are very simple. If you are inside here, you are marked as safe. It says so on here. She's playing a game with you, so she won't, you know, kill you if you're out there. But if you go out there, she will kill you. So she doesn't play very nice. It's mean. She will vanish eventually. I'm going to make an animation where she dives into the floor or something like that, but you know, I haven't done that yet. The farther we get into the game, the less things are polished or completed or anything of the sort. So while I'm at it, shout out Jed. Wait. Keep typing shout out. I'm sorry, typing shout out instead of shout. I keep typing shout instead of shout out. Yeah, here you go. Brain no work good. What? There we go. Having issues. All right. I'm trying to make every room do something different. And this room is a roving pit, essentially. That's how I view her. It's not really a horror game. It is a Metroidvania, but it does have a bit of, you know, a horror-esque things in it. I know the timing and how to cheese this room, so I'll get through it pretty quick, honestly. I'm actually going to take this out because it really cheapens the experience. But there's a way into this other room here, and from there, you can actually reset that room. Should not be in here. It's dumb. I get it. Whatever. Originally, there was a different room there, and I changed it. But if you do that, it actually prevents her from spawning. You can make it all the way to the door beforehand, so it just saves a huge amount of time. But don't worry, the room's not actually over. The better part of the room's over there. I need to put a bunch of enemies in these rooms and everything like that. We're kind of getting to the point where the content becomes a lot more thin because I haven't really... The demo is actually supposed to be up to Patrick, so we're just very far beyond the demo at this point. Like, it's not contentless, but it could be content richer. Yes. I was just making a bunch of enemies that are going to go in these, the more mechanized enemies, probably. Open up another painting world thingy, because I can. Let's see how badly I flood this one. It's Hierophant time. Now this thing here, you know, since it unpossesses objects that are, well, it makes them behave. It takes possessed objects and I just flood the jump. Nice. That was quick. Alright, well, we wanted to do this again. Uh-oh. Run away. Run away. Reset the room real quick. I could have just loaded the save, I guess, but that's quitter talk. depending upon how often you fail in a lot of areas in this game, it could actually take a really long time to beat it. Like, I mean, I realize I'm making this take way longer. It usually takes me about an hour and a half, but apparently the more I play the game, the worse I get at it. Yes. But maybe that's more of a fair test, really, because, you know, I'm sure if someone playing it the first time is not going to make all the jumps successfully or know all the secret places to go to or how to get all the upgraded stuff or anything of the sort. So it's just going to be them just having to figure it out the hard way. And I should have left all the cannons in this room. It was kind of fun when they were in this room. I kind of miss them. Clock on the wall is mocking me. I want that. And we're off. You saw what happens if you fall. You gotta run through the maze again. I still have to get a hat for this one. It's very important that I have a lot of hats. No reason, I just like hats. Don't get me. She tried. She wants to grab me. Up here she stays in the smoke and just tries to grab you. As you can see. I think the crystal ball over there is broken because I don't see it floating over there. I'll see if I can get the really hard to get key that I usually never bother with. That smoke right there is awful. Oh, wait. This was unintentionally super hard. You need to pay attention to where those are at, because when you jump in the smoke, you better have a good idea, since you won't be able to tell. The smoke is very obnoxious. And it can be really difficult to tell exactly where it is, and sometimes the smoke gets really obnoxious. And then you just miss. And I just failed to jump. Nice. Right. Oh. I landed right on her. That's okay. Deserved. For all the times I cheated the room, deserved. It's okay. I don't actually need the key, it's just a little dumb upgrade. It also leads to the funniest bug, by the way, and I'm gonna jump around for a bit to show the bug. It's awesome. For some reason, dying to her does this weird bug. Oh, it's got like a bum leg and she's trying to get herself up. She's like, I got it, I got this. Oh yeah. You can just equip something else and switch this in. It's just a stupid bug. It's funny, but it's stupid. That's okay. Shouldn't be too hard to fix. What? Hey, Joker Z tricks. Pretty much, yeah. It was one of the inspirations for it, and it's definitely one of the first things people say about it too, which is great because that just means that I did a good job. I want to get the vibe. We'll see if this boss bugs out. I need to work on the bosses and everything like that. They have problems. Actually, I think I'll just glue this one on. So the main mechanic of this fight, well, one of the mechanics anyway, is that she summons a voodoo doll of you. If the voodoo doll of you takes damage, you take the damage instead. It does behoove you to do that. The voodoo doll is, of course, completely stupid, though, so he tends to do a lot of dumb. You got a few phases. Sometimes she just picks a target that's not real and hides in a corner for the whole fight, and I don't know why. It's like a virus infecting my bosses. None of them used to do that, and now they're all doing that. Obviously I coded something dumb. They all share the same NPC code, so. Crash Bandicoot vibes, huh? I was thinking like, you know, Little Nightmares, Alice Madness Returns, you know, creepypastas about dolls, you know, take your pick. I think I've heard Crash Bandicoot mentioned once or twice. I haven't really played Crash Bandicoot, but I mean, I guess. Yep, she's just decided that corner's her thing, huh? She just likes it. Oh well. The game's somewhat buggy, but we are like an hour and a half in, so actually we are... Oh. Well, I mean, there was someone who said unironically that it was like that, so that's why I take you seriously, because you've been the second person who said it, so I was like, oh. Okay. Apparently it reminds people of that. It's basically that, you know, if I had a nickel for every time someone said it, I wouldn't have much. I'd have 2 nickels, but it's weird that people said it twice kind of thing. The exact meme, pretty much. I remember this part of Crash. What are you talking about? I'm sure I just said I never played it. Yeah, she's well, she's kind of chasing after me now. That's good. You're learning. You're getting a little better. You're not really attacking me. Kind of are. That's okay. She's got multiple phases, so the first phase is kind of a wimpy phase. It's supposed to be harder, but today it's a wimpy phase. Yep. Steampunk vibe too, because you know, steampunk game. She's just standing here, isn't she? Well, fair enough. Anyway, need to work on the bosses. She used to operate so much better. I made some changes somewhere that screwed her up. That'd be a hard no. I don't know anything about multiplayer yet. Mostly because, well, I'm making a Metroidvania, so they're not really known for being multiplayer. So if it's things like that, I mean, I'm pretty good with all that stuff, but when it comes to Steam systems, well, maybe, oh my. I've never messed with multiplayer at all. But people tend to hang out in the chat that do. If Graham's around, he probably knows more about it than I would. Thanks for the following, Boo. Yeah, well, what happens is that I, whenever there's like a raid of enough people, I usually start a test of the game so people can see what I got, right? And the test is about an hour and a half long. And what you're seeing is the end of the test, like where the content is the least completed, and so I do a big play test for that. And since I had like 3 raids in a row, I've just been going, and an hour and 33 minutes in, yeah. Oh, what are you talking about? Graham loves to be bugged. In fact, I hope he's in the chat right now so you can totally talk to him about these things. Eh? Eh? Sometimes he lurks. And I'm sure he would love to help about every single thing at all times. Nah, he's really helpful. He might not like my evil blueprint ways. He dubbed me a blueprint heathen. He was joking, of course, but it's funny. I'm like, yes, I am the blueprint heathen. And she summons minions in the later one here. Thanks for the follow, Joker Z. I'm talking now. Yeah, Joker Z. And, oh, followable, nice. Up to 320, yo. Hell yeah. Alright, so our third phase, which is probably the most interesting one there. He summons minions that and gets an invincible shield, and those minions have to all be killed to break down the shield. Also, she spins the battlefield, making it harder to keep near the lights, because, you know, if you stay in the dark too long, you die, so... kind of bad. Oh, it's adorable. Someone in the Fab Discord thinks that Fab doesn't hate money. That's cute. They were saying they aren't going to have a sale. I was like, no sale. If you ever want to know if there's going to be a sale on Fab, just drop by the Fab section of Unreal Source and ask when the next sale is, and all the little shop people there will know. If you ever want to know in advance, life hack there. That's how you find out. That's fair. There's got to be some tutorials on YouTube for it or something, right? Explaining how it works. I mean, there's like tutorials for everything in UE on YouTube. The joke is that I can't learn anything at all about this engine unless it's told through a thick Indian accent. Most of the tutorials I watch are... Actually, for most tutorials, there's someone from India or someone from England, of all places. So it's those two places. They just do seem to be everyone who makes the tutorials I watch. Don't know why. Just works out. Even if she doesn't help fight, which she's kind of just doing whatever, I need to really work on her AI because she's just doing something. But even then, she still kind of was enough things here to make it annoying. I should kill some of these helpers. There shouldn't be a huge difference between the versions, right? I mean, usually they just add a bunch of stuff, but they don't usually take a lot out, so... Unless it's something, you know, really specific to a version, it shouldn't be a big deal. I'm using the latest version because I, hate myself, evidently. As people like to pretend. They're like, oh, but then you gotta deal with all the bugs. You are correct. It also fixes bugs, though, so we get different bugs with each new version. It's awesome. I never get bored that way. Pretty much, yeah. The Fool's definitely the most polished of the weapons. It's a lot of fun. I actually have a lot of tarot cards programmed, but in the actual playable content, they're not actually in yet. Huh. Well, you know, that's how Epic does their stuff. There's never any documentation on anything. Where are your helpers? Ever. Like, it's amazing how little documentation there is. There'll be a 2-hour stream. There'll be 5 people on the stream. 4 people from what looks like HR who know nothing about it. One guy in the corner with the worst camera will then be have a picture of their screen that you can't see anything, and they'll talk 2 hours for about a new system, and that's their tutorial on things. Yeah. Oh, hopefully it goes well. I'm sure shield fell. Oh no. Let's see if I get some damage. No, I'm so hurt. I'm not gonna do that. I didn't notice her shield fell. Oh no, I made this battle so long. I wonder if this will kill him faster. It might. I'll put the hat back on. I see. I guess that kind of forces them to depreciate things. Normally they don't seem to be very gung-ho about that. And systems are like, you know, 10 plus years are still old. They're still like hiding in the engine. Blow things up. Blow everything up. Yeah, I want to add one more weapon in for purposes of this early in the game. Well, I mean, it would be a lot earlier than this that you get it, but... Probably the, why do you have it out? What are you doing? Oh no, I'm running against the grain. Yeah. I don't envy people doing multiplayer. Yeah. That seems like a lot of work. Whoa. That was quite the launch. I thought I was going out of the level. I was like, well, so much for that. Might turn on the lights a little in this room. It's a little too dark, I think. But half the fun of all this is, you know, trying to solve the mystery of what they've added to each new version of UE and all the awesome bugs that they've decided to include in each new one. It's glorious. I never get tired of it. That's fair. I mean, you know, if you want to make multiplayer games, you definitely better learn soon. I mean, never too early to learn. Is that all your helpers yet? Any better way to track the helpers? Apparently not. Apparently she's getting healed here. That sucks. Where's your last helper? How does one get progressively more multiplayer though? That's a good question. Aren't you just like multiplayer or not multiplayer? Where she? Oh, she lost it. Good. Ugh, my god. I doubled her health, which is feeling regretful for all the tours I do. Honestly, you're probably best just to sit in the center because she summons them back to the center periodically, so. Alright. Well, thanks for following, lurking, and, you know, hanging out. I usually just raid someone who's also do a game dev thing, so. Whatever looks cool, or if it's one of the people I, well, Megatron was one of the people I was raiding a lot of times because she was still streaming when I'd be done. I gotta find someone else and she stopped streaming early tonight. Or, Jed sometimes if he's still going. It just depends on, I mean, if I know I only know so many people who, stream it each time, so. Depending upon when I stream, when I end my stream, often dictates a lot of it, but. Actually, I'll probably raid Matt Bird's Quest today, because he's doing a 24-hour stream. I was chatting with him earlier today, so. Might do that. I mean, it won't be now, obviously. It's gonna be like hours from now, but he's gonna like, he'll be like 16 hours into his stream at that point. No drinking and raiding. Well, okay. I actually just fail at both of those, by the way. I'm literally drinking, and I will raid at some point. I'm a bad influence on all the game devs of the world. Avert your eyes, children. You know. Too much. I need to make it so those die more effectively. This fight needs so much work. I think the best strategy is to wait in the center and do that, because until you try to get your sanity back. The highlight of my day is a perfect neck pop. Pretty much I was like going, yep, feels good. I think once I tighten the mechanics of this fight, it'll be pretty good. Also, if she was actually trying to fight me, it would probably help, because right now I have to run after her and chase her, and that's also why it's kind of hard to tell when her shield's fallen. Because, you know, she'll just do her thing, and it's like, cool, great, awesome. Also, those guys aren't dying correctly for some reason. Bonk. Stop running away. Oh my god, she's just running away the whole time. That's why the fight's so hard, because she won't stay and fight, and she's running against the grains. I can't even catch her. Wow. Okay, well this is normally supposed to be an hour and a half, but apparently I'll eventually win. I want to brighten this room so you can see the enemies better, because it's kind of hard to tell where they're at. Might be out doing that after this fight, or I'll probably take a brief break after this, you know, because it's so long. But if you stay in the center, you will eventually run out of sanity in the center, though. But it does dunk on a lot of her guys really fast, so that's helpful. You want to heal up with like one of them still alive. Obviously this last phase is probably the most, you know, developed phase. Find the last helper. Bonk the last helper. Hopefully start right next to her. Close enough that her shield drops. She still has a helper. I may have to up the damage these things too as well. Like I say, if she actually stood her ground and fought, this would be a pretty short fight by comparison, but because she's just running away the whole time, I'm just gonna wait near the center. Or to summon it back probably, because chasing after that is a fool's errand. Kill some of these helpers that are spawning like crazy. Yeah, she'll summon him back to the center. Why are you unhittable suddenly? At least it hasn't broken all this. I mean, I could have easily broke during all this, and yet it's still running just fine. I think the best strategy is just to Empress them down in the center. Just a bunch of them. because there's so many of them here, and it's just you're gonna get a massive amount of things killed off these. Yeah, they need a death animation because they just sit there like they look like they're alive and they're not. They need to have a bigger hitbox too. Maybe one left alive. An endurance match now. And those things have the tiniest hitbox. So we're probably gonna work on boss things after this, because well, I need to fix Patrick too, because he's doing something weird too. But I got one of you left, huh? Alright, headed equipped. Oops. She has a lot of health. I think she probably has too much health, or I need to up the damage or something. But she's got a lot. Far too much. I'll see if I can beat her, why not? I was already good today. I made a bunch of... Oh no. Get away from me, don't get healed. I'm gonna switch out my earbuds real fast. Also takes a picture of whatever she's doing. Very exciting. I mean, I guess you can save pictures later and probably have some enemy that actually has all the pictures of you just for fun. I can only take so many battery lows in my ears before I'm like, okay, you win. I just took so much damage there, it's kind of silly, but... Like a raid boss almost. Kinda, it's got a whole lot of helpers. Or maybe I'm the boss they're trying to fight. Probably fair. Like her shield hasn't dropped yet. He's just gonna help her somewhere. Over there. There's still more, huh? Wow. I got her last helper, but I guess not. Man. I regret giving her double health. I was like, she's too easy. Yeah. Like I say, if she actually ran up and fought me instead of running away the whole time, this would be a very different, more entertaining fight, but since she's not doing that, I have to go chase her down, and that's kind of rough. And hope her field dropped. But apparently she's still got another helper. I sworn I beat the crap out of this thing. You're dead. This one, please. Oh no, she's by the healers. Ugh. Unfortunately, I like to wail on the voodoo doll sometimes. Oh, I'm taking so much damage. She's hard to pick up too. Oh, now I'm taking so much damage. And it dropped? Oh no, I didn't realize it dropped. It's almost dead. Yeesh. It's just a matter of pride now to beat her. Awesome. Not having the least amount of fun, but, you know, just saying. She just seems tougher than I thought. I gotta solve the targeting issue where she actually decides to fight instead of just wandering off. That alone would make the fight way different. And they were all just running around the side here. I'll probably make it so these guys have less health too. I can already see that that's a problem. They just take a long time to kill, and that's just a... Like, you'll just sit in there fighting them forever. I don't know. Everything dropped just as I need to heal up too. Finally. That took 2 hours. Jesus. I guess I made her harder. The fact that she was running away makes her pretty obnoxious, so I don't know. Where is it at? She's just doing her thing? Sure. Oh, I guess I gave it out twice, huh? Oliver's in there, right? That's good. He spawned in the right place this time. I guess I haven't even checked since I added it to her drop table so she could have a unique drop item. Oops. That's rude. Really rude, jeez. Alright. That's enough of that. Nose. There was one. This is like completely beyond where there's actual content. Now it's just like, you know, concept rooms. I can talk to him. There you go. So far, the voodoo doll doesn't play out very well in the fight. It's actually kind of not very cool in the fight, so I need to figure something out about that, but... You can rescue her, and I'll figure something else out to make her a little better. That's because I kept adding new things to the fight, and she just got less and less relevant. Also, it's kind of hard to see her amongst all that crap that's spinning around. Which looks cool, but... you know, it's not the best. Tried to throw her up there because I was trying to cheat. Couldn't do it. I dropped her. Oops. Really? I don't know why she bounced off it. That's interesting. From this point on, it's... my reward for beating the thing is that I get to play on the bouncy bed. I haven't even put the stuff in this room yet. But there's concept areas that are, like, farther in. I'll show off a couple of those. Also, after I get to bounce in the bed. Important. I have this policy where I want basically everything to be interactable for the most part, and I just figured it was required that you be able to bounce on the bed. We comedically large bounces because they're more fun that way. I mean, yeah, I just thought it'd be fun as a doll to jump on a bed. Of course, none of the shops work, right? That was the problem. I don't know what happened to them. Like, they worked the first time you come here, except this one didn't work the first time at all either. Yep, she has a little box here just like yours. She's kind of adorable, and she's a little tiny version of you. Weird how making him tiny makes him more adorable. She's like more tiny than tiny. I love that world travel. Or painting travel. It is raining outside. First time it's been quiet enough for me to actually hear it. Thanks for the hello, Quantum TV. How's it going? You are literally at the end of the tour of the game. Quite literally. Where I showcase areas that I didn't even put anything in yet, just so you can see them. And the new areas that are getting added. How's your day going? Your timing probably isn't amazing since you missed all the stuff, but I guess you probably caught a portion of that huge fight. Man, that was a long boss fight. Don't double the boss as hell. Bridges in this game are platforming. Poppet's that small, she can fall through that. Actually, maybe not quite this one. Can I get over that? Kinda caught. Oh no! I just started a project in UV today and came here to see how you're doing. Oh, thanks. Well, glad you swung by. I hope your project goes well. Hopefully it's something cool you're doing. You're of course welcome to tell me all about it. I am always interested in hearing about people's projects. Especially if it involves, you know, creepy dolls and things, then I'd be totally into it. But I mean, I'm into it anyway, but still, I'd be extra into it. For reasons we obviously won't state. Yes, yes. Boing. The water kills Poppet, but if you have the Emperor, you can wander around under the water, which is going to lead to additional levels under the water later. So every place you salt water, there'll be stuff under the water to do. Give you a reason to go back. You're supposed to get it at the end of this area, not right there. But just to kind of show off what's going on, you know? There's not much down here. I just put some concept stuff down here to remind myself that things exist. Run back to the light real fast because I have no means of gaining any kind of light down here or any kind of sanity back. I didn't bother to make underwater lights yet. I probably will soon, but job one's actually get a Steam page up because I don't even have one of those up yet. Probably should. Probably should have had it up a while ago. Bouncy, bouncy. Oh, I guess I botched it. Apparently, if you bounce off the save point and then leave it too fast, it actually counts as not having gone in there, in that you still save, but you can't open up this menu. Say you do a different slot. Like it auto saves to whichever slot you last saved to, but you want to keep an extra save. I'm actually just testing to see if the save system's working correctly. It's gonna be like a Neverland themed area based like that with pirate toys and everything like that. Or I guess it's gonna be assorted pirates, but it's also gonna be the lost toys because, you know, it sounds funny. Oh, never mind. I can't even get past this point. I made a change. Oh no, I can. Okay. I was gonna say I made a change to things. I made the Hanged Man the new double jump and strength that doesn't currently do anything, but I didn't swap them there because I forgot about it. I just literally was making the change earlier today. But I remember I lowered that step once because the whole run got stopped by the fact that the step was slightly too high and I couldn't get past it. I can jump here. Oh, I don't have double jump, so I can't even get up there. I don't know if I can get past this over that double jump. We'll find out. If I can get the key at the end, then I can still do this. I don't know if this is possible, but I'm gonna try. Let's see. I can always jump on this. I want to probably be on the... Can I make one of these? I gotta jump on this one anyway. I don't think I can make the distance anyway, though. I think it's too far. Well, I'll try to get down to the pirate area then and call it square. Can I make it? Oh, maybe. It's probably not gonna be possible. That's one of these areas that's like randomly high enough. Oh, it is. Maybe I can pull this off. Pretty questionable, but maybe I can. Disaster averted. Oh my god. There is built for you to already have double jump, so you know. We'll go to the Tomato Village first, because if I can't get to the pirate place, I'll at least want to. Can't get that far in here without double jump though. But yeah, like I have all these weird tomato thingies that are linked by pipes that lead to various places and multiple levels, and these are very concepty, and then I'm going to make a lot of changes to make them better gameplay wise. Because some of the ideas are fun behind them, but obviously there's more water area below there and everything. You can see it leads to all kinds of weird pathways and everything like that. Might have Charlotte like wander around these areas too, I don't know. Periodically have rooms where you just have to deal with her. As you can see, I have many levels to these things. This is the last Poppet box that's currently in the game. I'll see if I can get to the pirate area. Never mind. I have no way up now. I should not have gone here. Oh no! Oh well. That's fine. So we'll call that one then. But I can just go directly to the pirate area and show you. Ooh. Takes a bit to load that level for some reason. Here. Well, I'm thinking about it. Hanged Man. I believe it's 13th tarot. Can't remember which one I wrote it as, but I think it's the 13th one. Maybe not. No. Oh, I didn't even include that there. We double check how this even set up. This one's slightly different than the other, so it needs to be set up a little differently. Oh, I know it's set up different. It's the item collected graph. Tarot cards. I think I know it's set up. Okay, yeah, so it's death. Did I name it the wrong thing? Give them names. So tarot 12 Hanged Man. And we'll just set this to max jump count. And complete the laziness there, we just copy paste that. Go back to the regular level. Swap this out here. I made a customizable card, but you can just change the information on it, including the picture, but I haven't rendered all the pictures for the tarot cards, so it's gonna be a minute. Alright. Double check and make sure this works, then I can easily get it there probably. I imagine. Actually, I'm just gonna grab this and drop it up there because I don't really want to go all the way around. Just the concept there. I'm gonna have a lot more pirate stuff like this, like for the models and everything, and on all the water that you saw to create like a level that's on top of the water. It's just so far into the game that I don't need to make it yet. But I do plan on having it a fair amount. Plus now I have cannon things that shoot, so it's a little more fun than previous. Oh, I forgot I have to use the other game mode if I want to drop in a random place. I wasn't able to figure out how to get the exact camera position of wherever it was in the editor in the game mode because I overwrote the game mode for mine. And it doesn't really tell you anywhere. I'm sure there's somewhere I can find it, I guess. But I actually have another one that just does it, so if I didn't overwrite the mode, or didn't overwrite the player start thing. One of those problems where I could have probably solved it, but it just didn't matter much. But yeah, it creates a rope and pulls you up on the next jump. I just added it in, so it's going to need to be repositioned a little bit, but I figured the Hanged Man yanking you up by a noose would be very fitting for a double jump. So I just need some particle effects and things like that, and probably a better rope, but yeah. There's only actually one working light, or actually two working lights in this area. I never instituted lights on those, or they code for make them actually act as lights for Poppet. All she's really doing is, if she gets closer, it adds itself to an array, and if that array has anything in it, then she's counted as being in the light, and if it's not, it's counted as she's being in the dark. So. The best thing about this area is you look over here, it's the little tiny things. I'm gonna fall in the water now. I don't have the hangman. I was gonna look over at the side there. Hey Napoli, how's it going? Top of the morning to you as well. It's 4:06 a.m., but for me, that still counts as the morning, right? I mean, it still counts as like that's that's morning. We're not middle of the night anymore. We're getting there. This is like responsible people morning or something like that, when they get up to their ridiculous like commute to get some job that's really high paying. Or people like me who are still awake after streaming for 7 hours. Pretty good. I just did a very long run of the game as I currently have it, taking, I didn't check the final time, but over 2 hours. Part of it's me just being bad at my own game, I guess. Part of it's there's a lot of game. Right now I'm showing off that I'm just gonna have like pirate areas. And then over there they have like, you know, human-sized areas. It's just kind of fun to play with perspectives. Just a concept room that I didn't get to because I changed something and made it impossible to reach. The insanity effect is so much fun. I don't even have the room info down here. It doesn't even tell me what room I'm in. Yeah, I like to hide things. So. Then we'll certainly will be things over here to hide. Craziness out there. Didn't make the jump. No. She died. Yeah. That's currently what I got. All like 2 hours of it. And extra because of the other areas. Also city. Yay, city. Whole game happens in this building. It's like 5 stories above ground and 2 below. Also, we're in the sky because I made it in the sky because of reasons. Even though I didn't bother to make too much of this area, but you can see the clouds. Woohoo! Hold on. Alright, I gotta take a quick bio break. I've been waiting to do that for like the last hour. We're back. Much better. So, what did I miss? So you said... Oh, you're on YouTube. I'm doing pretty good. Living my best thug life. Well, nice house though. I don't know. You better do a religion sometime. I mean, might as well do it now, right? Got an idea. This such a bubble take frenzy. Game working on it. Despite a busted move. He plays Dink. I can get behind it. There's very few points in my life where I thought to myself, "Oh no, I get a tank." Bust move was what, the game with where you fired the little bubbles, matching bubbles, and broke them? Did that? I haven't looked in a long time. What this? Okay. Is it like, you know, instead of having the little shooter at the bottom, you just have a little tank at the bottom of names, or you are doing it? Nice, nice. That's fair. I've never spent much time with Unity, other than doing the Lego demo when they came out. I was like, well, it's Legos. I'm playing with Legos, and I was very excited by Legos. Nice, nice. So do you fire little balls? Do you find little, like, you know, missiles, or what's happening? You get to move the tank around? Okay. So... is there a game like that I've heard before? Well, that's like Breakout, where like you move the little paddle at the bottom and it bounces the thing. Hmm. It'll be fun. I can get behind it. Probably do really well on phones, I'd imagine. Content are available. Okay, so like the current one. If you move around, I can get behind them. I mean, you know, if the formula works. Could fire explosives that get near other explosives and cause them to detonate. Like your explosive has like a little, like, you know, detonator on it like that, and if it hits ones nearby, then they explode, otherwise the little detonator goes out. Or maybe just like, you know, a little, like, you know, wick sticking out of it that's going like that. Be kind of fun. I mean, who doesn't like explosives? Right? Sure. Drop them in there. I'll probably check them out off stream, since streaming to YouTube has pretty much shown me that copyright infringement is the name of the game. I'm like terrified of watching it. I guess I can watch it muted, but that's not very cool for a dev. Watch it muted. What a great game! Can't hear anything. Oh no! Yeah. Well, we saw that this thing doesn't truly die. What is already dead can never die. Because there's no death montage. Montage. Yeah, like pretty much that's what I've just learned is I don't even open YouTube videos on there unless it's something like Thomas Brush or something like that. Like he probably has nothing copyrighted, and I'm not even watching the full video because I mean I get copyright claimed all the time whenever I accidentally raid somebody before I close out YouTube. Because right now I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. definitely do better on Twitch than I do on YouTube. Yeah, very much. Yeah, definitely better. But, you know, I can never have enough people watching to chat with. Oh my god. Never enough. This one's called Secret Keeper, I believe. I need to reinstall this one from here. I think I migrated the project and it doesn't have all the stuff anymore. I have to close the project and re-add or something like that, since usually you can't add on the over-the-top things necessarily, but we'll see. I don't know. Seems like I tried. Does it really not have death animations? Wow. That's cheap. I remember one of the streamers, actually it was Swashbuckling Fox, was saying I needed to have a devlog because I had nothing to ever show anybody, and I was like, well, I guess you're right. I suppose I could actually put a devlog up. I guess. You're gonna make me. Does this really not come with an animation thingy? I definitely bought a couple of the less important enemies when they were on sale, but I guess it doesn't have it. Doesn't even say. Oh, that's terrible. Alright, well... It's Tilly. I don't want to be target from Tilly. Oh, nice. That's a good idea to do with your game dev stuff, honestly. Just show people, because, you know, people will watch you stream a game, but otherwise, I mean, it's hard to get people to even look at your stuff. Oh, I might have installed somewhere else. Does it have a death animation already? Plus, it's just fun to talk to people, honestly, right? I mean, you know. It's kind of awesome to have all kinds of interesting people into the same hobby, or maybe even business as you. I mean, for me, it's mostly a hobby. I don't make enough money for it to be anything but a hobby yet. One day, though. One day. Oh, there's no animation, so that's fine. Yeah. It takes what would normally be a very lonely hobby and turns it into a fun one. Okay. Fun. so fast. Well, thanks for following up with me. Thank you, thank you. Been a good night for followers. Hard at work on this stream, yes. Getting all the followers, yes, dude. We need to get probably just a montage is fine. There. I literally had made this fight take like 1,000,000 extra years because I couldn't tell if these enemies were dead or not. So, in an effort to fix that, they need a death animation. That. Oh. I can't believe I just did that. Closed it too, didn't I? That's not what I wanted at all. Nobody cares about a rig. That's the old way. We want the new way. Oops. Export animations. That was what I was supposed to do. But I clicked the other one because I do that periodically to retarget assets, and I was like, no, it's all slow-mo. Why? And it just does that. It's terrible. Perfect. And now it will actually die. It can be killed. Is no longer immortal. Sure. Alright, let's put one of these idiots over here so I can, you know, watch it die. We'll put it in my favorite testing room. Actually the second room, because it's just the best place to test. Because there's no enemies in it, in this spot, so I can just fight without worrying about enemies. And the other enemies are barricaded behind some boards you have to destroy, so you don't have to worry about it. Unfortunately, I have to leave things here, so the first room's actually insanely harder than they should be, or they can be. Oh yeah, we're in test mode now. Now that we're in test mode, let's just enable everything so we can have our way with them. Oh my. Yeah, so this does something, this does something. I'd like an option just to enable all of them, but unfortunately, not a thing. Strength no longer does anything, Hermit does nothing, Wheel of Fortune does nothing. I need to make it do something, Hangman does something. Death will eventually do something, Temperance does something now. Well, you might need to tweak it so it does something well, but sure. I'm swapping some of the tarot cards because their effects were more fitting for a different tarot. And the Star 2 has one as well. And I think that's just the Empress is the only one with the 3. And then we can save NPCs too, so I can fix the shop. I thought I fixed, but here we are, doing here we are things. Alright. Oops. Just gonna click something like that, but sure. First we'll test some of these to see if they actually die. They're really hard to hit. They're supposed to die in 2 hits, but for some reason they don't. Where did it go? At least you know they're dead now. Not this one. Huh. Well, they die in 2 hits. I don't really care that much. Before, it seemed like they died in 3 or 4, but they were just able to keep running around. But they didn't truly die. Isn't there like a default death sound? Oh, I put one in. I guess not. Whatever, I don't need that sound yet. I don't care about that. It's just annoying that they were not dying. As they should be. Oh, I didn't check to see if Temperance works right or not. I got to do a couple more changes. I'm swapping it with another one. Oh, I didn't even unlock Temperance. Let me fix that. Oh, I did. Guess I just don't recognize it because I never see it. Oh, Temperance is the angel, that's right. Well, I didn't hook everything up for it. Okay, I got this. Oh, it's the system graph, actually. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I'll check out your stuff later in the Discord. I still got another hour or 2 in me yet for streaming before I turn into a pumpkin and head off to sleep. Or I guess raid out. System for equipping things is more than I thought. Because I forgot about some stuff. Such as including a thing here for Temperance, which is what tells it to equip the weapon in the first place. see, I just want this. And this here, I want that. And I'm gonna want temperance here as well. I need to edit this overlay states. I don't have enough stances for all the weapons yet. I'll eventually get them, but might be a bit. Not an, you know. I can't know what these are called. Yeah, well, anyway. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Actually, we'll see this because I don't want the hangman to be there anyway. It just makes sense that temperance would bubble things, you know? Anything that slows stuff down. Enjoying to start the pie and immediately saw sanity start to drop. Accurate. Yes, yes. Most definitely indeed. Yes. I definitely the game definitely has a lot of sanity to deal with, and you definitely lose a lot of your sanity. Yes. Yeah. Guess I could show off some of the new stuff to be, well, some new is a strong term. I'll show some of the combat in this room so you get an idea what it is. I just did like a 2-hour run of what I have, so I don't want to do yet another run immediately. You know, this is kind of long, I'm just saying. So yeah, the main mechanic is if you're in the dark, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which powers all of your abilities. Let's just start dodging. If your sanity over at 0, you die. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you don't gain any curse power. So uses tarot cards as weapons, and this is the Fool. It's a squeaky toy. Very exciting. We used to break things too. Oh, nice. It's a small world. This is the Empress, and it makes mushrooms, and these are the exploding ones. Anyone nearby triggers them, and they blow up anyone nearby, including you. So just don't get hit by them, and you'll be better off. This is the insanity effect. So you know that things are going downhill fast. Oh yeah, I just added a rope for the hanged man. The effect on it isn't very good yet, but my theory was for double jump, the hangman should be what yanks you up an additional thing. Apparently it goes through a hat. Also, the Empress can do mushrooms that heal as well. Has another ability, but I can't test it in this room. You have the Magician, which can pick up objects, throw objects, damage things. Apparently it's got incredible physics off of that. Oh, nice! Just broke that too. Manipulate objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards. Turn on lights. Move door handles. You know, good stuff. Also fail that jump. I'm seeing the major arcana for all the things like that, and then I just have 3 different versions of each of the tarot cards. So that's like 66 abilities. That's enough. That's more than enough abilities. We're good. Fine with that. This one's currently broken. I was trying to fix it because yeah. Don't have a lot of weapons enabled at the moment. Currently building the death one, and well, concepts for the death one. The Chariot concept is currently an airship. I'm probably going to swap it out for something else, but for funsies, and I mean like really funsies, doesn't make a hero vanish. The little airship you can fly around, it fires little cannonballs. It's super rough. It's not actually game ready yet at all, but I'm going to have like airships that you can fight too, so. But I'll make it cool at some point. Flying's obviously so overpowered that you don't get it very quickly. Ow. I guess I could use the star. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity. It's probably going to become Wheel of Fortune. It was originally a healing thing, but since you can swap 2 different things, it being Wheel of Fortune makes more sense. Because you can swap it the other way and it goes... starts draining the other. So it lets you go in the darkness if you want it to. But yes, the mushrooms shrink, they actually heal a lot less. Yeah, I was trying to fix Temperance. Temperance doesn't currently work. I'm swapping this one for that one because it's currently a bubble wand that bubbles enemies and like freezes them in place temporarily, and that seemed like a Temperance thing. Originally I thought, oh, they're kind of hung up and everything like that. That's cool, but it's really not. The Emperor lets you go underwater and protects you from special zones. Can't really use the Hierophant here. The Hierophant takes possessed objects and makes them behave. an idea of some of the mechanics of the game, the ones that are currently working. Yeah, see these objects, you try to use them and they will kind of just throw you around. Oh, the Hierophant active. I'm abusing the Hangman now. I've never even done this with the Hangman enabled. Yeah, it creates platforming throughout, thing like that. It drains your curse, but you know, if you're fast enough, it won't be a problem. If you're not fast, well, be fast. Don't go slow. That reminds me, I need to fix that one room because you can't go from the other direction. I kind of want you to be able to. This is my Annabelle reference. Warning, positively do not open. See how friendly she is? So friendly. This game actually was made off of a RPG game jam game I made ages ago. And she was the last boss of that game. She's not the last boss of this game, but in honor of her having been in there and her head sticking to the wall apparently, she has returned. I need to, oh yeah. Oh, you can't open it yet. It's actually locked. But you can try. There will be a reason to open the case later. Or maybe she'll just break out of the case. One of the two. There will be a reckoning. Yes. There will be a reckoning. She's huge too, so you know, just saying. You're like tiny. Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny because in the original RPG Maker game, she was actually just immortal, and all you could do is temporarily kill her while you accomplished your goal. That wasn't like the most well thought out game by any stretch of the imagination. It was literally just, oh look, you have this much time to make this game. What can you make? It was pretty cool for RPG Maker. Notice that caveat there. Very big caveat. It's basically a Diablo knockoff. It's very close to a Diablo knockoff. But you couldn't really see how tiny you were. Now you get to be all tiny, and that's just more fun, right? I have a map system too, and it shows you which ones you've unlocked and where she's at, which floor she's currently on too. Also, friendly landmines. Yay! Please step you. Thank you. I mean, calling it Diablo is... Actually, I could just show you. Calling it Diablo is... I mean, it definitely had a conceptual thing like that. It definitely didn't have the depth of Diablo. But it was a Diablo knockoff by every conceivable standard. Do I even have the original version? Maybe. If I can find the original. It didn't even win either, which was awkward. But that's because it had a weird menu issue. I didn't test well enough for the time that I had available. Is that the one? No. If I was a jam game, where would I be? Let me bring this up. Probably not the best image, but whatever. Wasn't the best game. Didn't even have all the like buttons and everything. I actually added them later because I made a better version of the game, but it was... I didn't have a lot of time to make it, so I really didn't. But for RPG Maker, yeah, the floor didn't even match up. It was all particles because RPG Maker can't do anything. Well, yeah, because I was a JavaScript coder, so I was able to do a lot of things that RPG Maker never could have done. I got lots of things to prove that RPG Maker is able to do things it shouldn't, but only because I coded it so it could. If you just make a whole new engine, listen, I'm just saying, you make a whole new engine, and it'll work out 1,000 times better than if you don't. I know. Surprising, right? Right? You make a whole new engine. Let's see if I can find some of that stuff here. Yeah, just draw the rusty owl. Don't worry about it. Just draw it. Just do it. Oh yeah, here we go. Let me show you what it eventually morphed into. Now it should look way more Diablo-like. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still RPG Maker. It was never intended to do this. It took a lot of plugins to pull this one off, most of which I made myself, because when I first started, I didn't know much about any engines. I was like, oh, RPG Maker. I got bored one day because we were stuck inside because the nearby town was burning, and it was literally toxic to be outside, to the point where it was considered, like, you know, extremely unhealthy for even, like, any amount of time outside. They're like, okay, well, I need something to do because I can't go outside because it's literally yellow outside. Like, just literally, there's just yellow fog everywhere. That can't be healthy. A Dark Souls map? Well, I mean, the character was originally in a haunted attic. And it's just, you know, played off of that, right? And, you know, it didn't get too many different map things like that. I mean, it had some tricks it could do, but overall it was maybe not ideal. Oh, sometimes it feels like I live in Northern California and, you know, it likes to light on fire. Mostly because people like to burn it down. Because they're like, oh, we left our campfire unattended. And then I say a campfire specifically because that's what caused that one, and it burned down a whole place. Burned down the town of Paradise. Like a town of 30,000 people, and just, it was just like devastation. It was like The Walking Dead after that. It was crazy. I don't live in Paradise, so, you know, it sucks it happened. I did grow up there, though. But I didn't like it there, so, you know. It did suck that it was terrible and you couldn't breathe and you had to sit indoors all day. I definitely had all my bags ready to go just in case I needed to hop in the car and drive away from the fire. That happens a fair amount. Like you get ready to have, like, you know, bags so you're ready to go at a moment's notice with your most important things. The stuff where you're just like, ah, man, I can get the rest of this back, but yeah. I had like different tiers of just how much time I had. Actually, not that long ago, we had like a fire in the city, and some idiot decided to light their car on fire and push it off a cliff. Why they did these things? But yeah, it was. It's about 4 miles away to the fire, so not very far. I don't know what that is in kilometers offhand, but it was close, real close. But then the fire did not get that way, so yeah, it did not happen. I was very excited. Or just to prove RPG Maker do other things, this was a game that I never finished in RPG Maker. But I did used to do 2D stuff for funsies, so this is all RPG Maker. It can't normally do this. Don't use RPG Maker, it's terrible. But, you know, I do have secret arcane knowledge that I did not share with the community before leaving it. I tried to share it to them. I literally was streaming working on these things. Like, all they had to do was watch the streams. They could have found out if they really wanted. But you could just use a real engine as well. Or an Unreal Engine. Womp, womp, womp. I wonder if I still have a picture of when it was yellow outside. I might. Actually, I might have just had it on my image curve. I remember sharing it on a forum somewhere, because I don't care if people see where it's at. I don't even live there anymore. Oh, yeah. I remember that. This was the city that I was living in at the time. Yeah. Want to see the picture? So this was the air quality rating for it, and I redid it as Silent Hill because I thought it was hilarious. This is why we didn't go outside. I was just like, nope, I live in Silent Hill. It's just literally smoke everywhere. Holy crap. It was a thing of beauty, to say the least. Oh, here we go. There's the picture. I snapped a picture of this. It was a thing. Yes. This was what it was like there when it was burning. If you confuse it for a circle of hell, I would understand. It's wild. I stepped outside wearing a mask because someone was like, how come you haven't mailed this order to me? And I was like, because the post office is over there. He's like, oh, okay, take as long as you need. And I was like, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I was renting this place over here like that, and this was like off this lady's house, right? And she like leaves her dog there, and I was like, really? You're gonna leave your dog in this? You're gonna leave the area and leave your dog? Wow. And she had one of those Shiba Inu dogs, you know, the Doge dog. And I was like, man, those dogs are expensive. Why would you do that? And the poor thing inside, it was terrible. But yeah, it was rough there. You just didn't want to go outside because it was just outright dangerous to be out there. You could, I mean, like, you could just see the ash in the air. It was crazy. Got all the way to the edge of the city that time. I remember that, and that was like, probably about 4 or 5 miles away. Yeah, but if you're interested, look up the campfire. It was a California campfire. Paradise burnt to the ground. It was something to behold. And obviously, so ludicrously dangerous out there that you just didn't want to go outside in it. Because that's, like, even for a few minutes, you're like, ugh, no. I stayed like that for quite a while. So yeah, I learned RPG Maker because the world was on fire. And that led to us here. Everyone needs an origin story. You know, the hero shows up, well, I guess the villain in this case, shows up in around in like the burning city, like, you know, waking up, it's like, and then decides to go on a quest to do things. Yes. I definitely am ready to grab my PC at a moment's notice. The monitors are screwed. Like, they're on, like, you know, arms and everything like that. They'd have to be like unscrewed from the desk. There's no way I could save them. But I would save that computer so fast. The valuable things, and of course I had a clothing bag as well. Clothing bag would get ditched long before the other stuff did, though. That's true. But it's yeah, you get used to it. We don't have like fall, we have smoke season. Pretty much what it is, just smoke season. It's like, yep, what's happening? Everything's on fire. The last couple years we didn't have much of a smoke season, so that's good. It's because people keep lighting fires. It's just arson is the problem. Every time, it's just, I always find it's like, oh, blah, 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 left sub fire intended. These people had some sort of gender reveal thingy, and they were using fireworks in the forest, which is always a great idea. Never mind the fact that fireworks are illegal in most counties here. Irrelevant. They did it anyway. Oh, look. Another, like, 3,000, 10,000, 20,000 acres burned. Woo! Every year. How it is. You get used to it. You don't really get used to it. It kind of sucks. 0 out of 10. Do not like. So yeah, it could be worse, you know? I spent my whole life here, so I'm just used to it. Unfortunately, I live in the city now. I used to live up in the mountains, which was so much better. Cities suck. I like people in moderation. Like, if you're... I really don't like more than like 30 or 40,000 people in an area. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Right now where I'm at, there's like 100,000 plus people, not including the homeless or the college kids, which there are 30,000 college kids. And probably like, I'm gonna go and say 15,000 plus homeless. And it's a lot of people. Fortunately, where I lived in the mountains, kind of half burned during one of the fires anyway, so it wouldn't even be nice if I lived there now. That's fair. Well, you see, I live in California, and a lot of places here are very big. I mean, I'm still in Northern California, so we have some small areas, but like the podunk, you know, town that I grew up in still had 13,000 people, and it was up a mountain, for God's sakes. So when I was growing up, we had no grocery store. You had to drive to the neighboring town, the one that burned down to the ground, actually, in order to get your food. We had 3 gas stations, a video store, back when video stores were a thing. What else did we have? Oh, I guess there was kind of a weird little mart place, but you wouldn't buy anything from there because it was always expired crap. It's disgusting. I think that was it. Yeah. I think it was about like, how old was I when we finally got that grocery store? I don't know, early 20s, I think, before we finally had a grocery store up there. That place is amazing because, to this day, it has no law enforcement. None. There's a sheriff's station there. There are 2 sheriff's cars there, and they're driven by volunteers because there are no sheriff's station there at all. There never have been. Ever. The nearest sheriffs are 40 minutes away. Sure hope you don't have a problem. I found this out because I had to help evict people from my girlfriend's house at the time because she was renting to there, and they weren't paying and they wouldn't leave. It's been like over a year, you know. And we went to go report some like the things they were doing, and then they're like, "We don't have anyone on duty." I'm like, "Oh, good to know." It's just always been that way. I mean, you know, it's just like there was only 13,000 people. What could they possibly do wrong? There's a reason why guns were pretty common up there. Everyone had a gentleman's agreement that you stayed out of people's yard. And there were more than a few times as kids that we heard gunshots when we went too close into someone's yard. They weren't shooting at us, they were just shooting into the air. Obviously they didn't want to shoot us, probably. But you're like, oh, it's time to go somewhere else, buddy. We're playing in the wrong area. I mean, it was like forest. You couldn't tell if someone's yard most of the time. Now that like the lower half of it's burned, you can tell where everything is now. It's funny how that works out. It was good times. That's back when people played outside with sticks and rocks and rode dinosaurs. You always have the road dinosaurs in there. It's important to show the proper age of someone. It was in fact good times though. Yes. Camping's over here. Oh. That's right. It's not even equipping this. Huh. No, that's fair. I was so happy because last year, actually about half a year, I actually bothered to shave. And someone carded me. They looked at me and was like, I'm gonna need to see your ID. And I was like, yes, you can see it. Did they really? Because I don't know. I remember plenty of games that didn't work. I remember I think the worst one I ever played for just being the biggest pile of just complete crap. Might and Magic 9. Holy crap, I've never seen a game as broken as Might and Magic 9 was. My favorite fight, I think, to this day I remember, because it was like almost like Looney Tunes level of stupid. There's this like floating castle, right, owned by this frost titan. And the plan in the game was to use explosives on this, brittle ice area and then get him to run over it so he falls out of the castle. Okay, that seems fair. I do this. Sure, I go use the explosives on it. And then he's supposed to be unkillable. He just runs right over it after me. I was like, okay, so we run circles around that and keep running back and forth over it, going, break. Pretty soon I eventually started jumping up and down on it while fighting him. I was like going, break, you stupid. And then we killed him. The immortal giant, immortal titan, on top of this ice that was supposed to, did not break. So I'm like, okay, it's clearly bugged. So, I decided to come back and get it all the reset and do it all again. It still dies on top of it. I hit him online because I think they still had game packs at the time. And they're like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. I'm like, so dumb. And that one, or a time when it bugged out because I went into an early dungeon I wasn't supposed to, and the dungeon bugged there. And then 20 hours later, I came back to that dungeon and found the door had become locked and could never be opened again. Yeah. Well, the console games tend to be a lot better, but I recall a lot of those PC games too. And I mean, plenty of them worked. I think on average they work better than the ones they do these days, but oh man. There were some real gems back in the day. Because if there was a bug in it, that bug was forever. There was no patching. Bug was forever. Morrowind would work perfectly. 10 out of 10. Todd Howard it just worked. Yes. Yes, it did. Yes. I didn't even like Morrowind. It wasn't. I didn't even like that series till Oblivion, honestly. Like, I played Morrowind a bit, but I never got into it as much. Oh, it is. And I wasn't young at the time either, because I'm 44 now, so clearly I wasn't young at the time. And yeah. At Oblivion, I was like, oh man, I love it. And of course, everybody played Skyrim, so that doesn't even count. And I've reserved a copy for the grandkids I don't even have for the next Elder Scrolls game. I assume that's when it will come out. Yeah, it cut out a lot of the tedious having to sit there and find the various things you had to click in the dialogue. Because you had to click on specific things in the dialogue, not like options like you would in normal games back in Morrowind. That was just... It was just not a thing that I wanted to do. That was probably the #1 reason I didn't end up playing that game. Almost certainly. Yeah, it was weird. I'm like, why would you do this? This is the most awful thing. We already had choice options ages ago. Why would you choose to do this, of all things? And I had nothing. I was like, oh god. You win. You win. I ain't into this. This ain't me. And it was, yeah. It's not even equipping, so I don't know I'm even going to that point yet. We ain't even on that level yet. Oof. Gotta bounce, bro. Thanks. Thanks for dropping by and hanging out and chatting. Yeah. I mean, I started the stream 8 hours ago, so there's definitely a lot of earlier. I usually start around 9 p.m. Pacific. Usually during the week, though. I don't stream on the weekends. I got a regular job, too. I already do like 70 to 80 hour weeks between the two of them. I need my weekends so I can sleep. That's fair. Oh, thanks. You too. Enjoy that pesky sunlight stuff. It's 5 a.m. here, so sun's safely hidden away for now. For now. It's waiting, though. I can feel it. Actually, it's raining out there. It's supposed to rain all week. There will be no sun. I am safe. Everyone can be excited that I am safe. Oh. I didn't include this part. Yeah, that's probably helpful. Yeah. Catch you later. Got a card collected, add one here. I did not make the system very good for swapping. Just gonna say it, it was not designed to swap. I mean, you can swap. It just wasn't designed. I don't have a thing for this yet, but I'm probably certain Temperance might be the one that gets added in. I don't even care about that. I guess it matters, sorta. Probably doesn't. We can get to any of those points, we'll find out. That doesn't work, but equipped. That's a good start. Once again, the best hat has arrived. Tell me this isn't the best hat. No, it's not. Just look at it. It's the best hat. I gotta put everything on the back. I might not even put the tarot cards on there. It would kind of remind you which one's which, but I could also just not have them on there because, well, they kind of help gussy it up a bit, I guess, is the best way to put it. Oh. Take a slight break and move around a bit. I've been sitting for so long. So it's the same. Oh, I see. It's because I changed the name. Yeah, I think after this I'll take a bit of a break here. You know, like a 5-minute break or something like that. Just move around. 8-hour mark of just sitting and I'm feeling the not moving for very much the 8 hours. Why is it not spawning? We're past these at least. That's something. I'll also get rid of those so I remember where they're at. Alright. I'm taking a bit of a break for a sec here and just move around a little. I'll be back pretty quickly, but I just gotta do something. I can't sit the whole time. stretch the legs a little bit. Not like a major stretch, but you know. Yeah. I need to remember to take more breaks than I do. I really just kind of sit here for 3-4 hours a shot and only remember to use the restroom periodically, and that's about it. And it's like, not the best choice. Not healthy anyway, not for long term. I just get excited what I'm doing. So the left mouse button here is doing this. Make an attack. First check. I assume you have enough. Wings weapon. What does the weapon do? Look at this here. Well, I assume it's hitting itself, because it has the wrong name at some point, so it's checking against itself to see if it can do these things. So BP Temperance. There are tags to worry about on it, that's true. Spellcast location. Actually, might be hitting off this. We're hitting something. Get on the list here. Oh, hands are off the key. Got a foot massager. Mm. Rosalie's my foot massager while I do this. Should work off swinging the weapon. I don't get why it doesn't. That's strange. It works off just casting that, so clearly the issue was here. All I did was change a bunch of names, so I didn't change the location of spawning things. Oh, I see. Right here. Figured it was something where I picked an arrow or something like that, or some location for it to spawn it. I just wasn't certain where it was at because I haven't looked at the system in like a million years. Yeah. Just to be safe, I should make it where it breaks pots or something. I know the Empress ones do it. I don't remember how I set the Empress to destroy him yet, so let's figure that out real fast. Why is it calling the Hierophant? No reason, apparently. It shouldn't be, though. This is the Empress projectile. Oh, wait. This doesn't look like the actual thing I'd use because he uses mushrooms. Oh, it's over there. Oops. Is he fighting with me at the moment? Not responding, he's just sitting there, huh? Just taking a long time. Interesting. I was just informed by the Fab people that the reason that they don't have sales very often on Fab is due to EU regulations. I guess they don't allow sales very often in the EU or something. There you go. And we just have sales that exclude the EU so we can have sales other places so I can buy some random assets I want. That'd be nice. Last sale they had nothing I wanted was actually on sale. I have like a wish list that I had kept in a dock because the wish lists were broken on Fab, but they didn't include them actually. We finally put wish lists on there, and I wish listed a whole army of things, but we ain't had a sale since. So the problem... how did I set up being locked away by Hierophant? Yeah, I was just looking at that. I was like, oh, cool, good to know. Say it's a life hack. You ever want to know if there's a sale on Fab? Go to Unreal Source in the Fab section and ask when the next sale is, and they'll know. Well, they'll know if it's soon anyway. Faster than the rest of us will ever know. Alright, check the projectile because it's a condition to apply from the interface there. This is due for testing. So glad I got this foot massager. Had it forever. My feet have never been happier. One of the shiatsu ones. Probably cost me like 30-40 bucks, but get foot massages all the time. Hello up there. Hello. Why does the first time cause them to fly off in the middle of nowhere? Film massages for like 15 minutes. I could turn it on again, but usually you don't want to do it too many times, so your feet will be unhappy. Oh, nice. Wait, is Soul Calibur 6 new, or is that the old one we had? I don't even remember. Oh, fair. I picked that up ages ago. I never really played it all that much, though. I always like Soul Calibur more than Tekken. Just, I like the way it played out more with the better 3D movement than Tekken has. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Tekken as well, but... Eh. I think last I was trying out 2B, but I never really played her all that much, though. Enough to try to do some of her ridiculous combos. Nice. That's fair. For the longest time I played Sophidia. I was very good with her. But probably not now, it's been a lot of years. I know I tried to learn was it Viola for a while? And then she wasn't even in 6. I learned her in like 5, I believe. I was like, she's so cool, she's got an orb. I was like, oh my god, I love this character because she has an orb. It's just a fun weapon. I mean, I learned all the original characters to some degree, but... In 3, like, True Ogre was my character. Wow, Tekken Tag, also. But she doesn't have an orb. That's what matters. It's the orb. It's just cool. Everyone else shows up with a weapon. She shows up with an orb. He's like, bitch, please, I don't need a weapon. I got orb. And you're like... And apparently she was incredibly overpowered in the tournament scene. I know I didn't play in tournaments, but you know. Yoshi's funny. Obviously trying to impale yourself to kill them is the greatest win possible. If you can actually successfully do that, you get to laugh at them for ages. Worth it. I mean, Yoshi's in every game. They never take Yoshi out. He's just one of the mainline characters that they just always keep, so you just get used to Yoshi being around. That's how it is. How it be. That's what it says. Bubble! Yeah, Mitzi's been in all of them too. Mitzi's good. I mean, you never can go wrong learning the mainline characters because they get put in every one of the games. So that's why I play Sophidia, because you know Sophie's gonna be in every freaking game. So when I'll learn a new character, it's fun, but I know that character's probably never coming back, or is unlikely to come back, so I always, you know, keep Sophie in the background going, yep. I don't like Cassandra very much, I never did. She plays differently enough that it's not the same. Not the same. I remember Lei Wutlong was pretty fun, but he's not very good. His stances are weird. I don't know. He never plays very well. He's fun to play though. I like most of the mainline characters. Is anyone special? I was playing. I usually make my own character, and then my own character is usually just Sophia. So, because I want to play as Sophia, I want to make a character that actually looks really good. I mean, Sophie looks pretty good too. But maybe I'll bust that game out and play it again a bit. I haven't played a fighting game in many years at this point. It feels like. You know, I played that a bit when it first came out. I think that was the last fighting game I played. Let's see. Small caliber. 6 characters. Who was in 6? You'll do. Oh yeah, as well. I thought about learning him just because he seems so troll, but you know he's never going to be in any other game, so like learning him was kind of like, why would you do that? I mean, Cervantes is always cool. I mean, who doesn't want to play Undead Pirate? Oh, Geralt was in there. I remember trying him. I didn't like him. Gross. I didn't want to learn that. Killed lame. Armor, yeah, whatever. He wasn't even in it when I last played, so whatever. You know, I really want to be good with Ivy because that chain sword is just amazing. But I'm just not. It's just not. It's never good with her. She's so hard to be good with. Holy crap. You better learn to kick a lot because her sword's so slow that if they get in close, you have to play a real distance game, and I was never good enough to pull it off. I hate Nightmare. It's not that I think he's bad. It's not that I can't play him. I just hate him because everyone and their grandmother plays him, and I just get tired of fighting him. That's really what it is. I just get tired of fighting him. It's okay with Selmina. Not really. It's his classic. Yeah, because I think that's it. Because it's because when you play against Siegfried, it's like playing against Nightmare, so it just feels like the same character way too often. I remember Satsuka was kind of fun, but I was never good with her either. My girl Sophie, I was good at Taki for a while, but I want to be good with Tira because she's got a bladed hula hoop, and I mean, just come on, it's a bladed hula hoop. It's just such a bizarre weapon. How can you not want to try to use a bladed hula hoop? Yeah, she wasn't for me. She's like Talon. She's just not for me. Talon just doesn't do this thing called damage. You gotta hit it a bajillion times. Screw that. Voldo is basically like a war crime. The amount of perverse things that Voldo does, you're just like, Voldo does sanity damage to your opponent. You're just like, oh my god, what is he doing? I don't even want to see it. That's how you win with Voldo. You gyrate at your opponent in perverse ways as many times as possible in the course of battle. Even if you've lost, you still won. Exactly, emotional damage. If you win, it's even worse. It's like the ultimate troll maneuver. If you won with him, of all people. And they had to watch that? I mean... fair enough. Jocelyn was awesome. Got a scythe. I'm automatically gonna play a dude with a scythe. Sweet. Oh, it's because it updates. That's why it's doing it. The second time it's just doing a floating update. It probably just needs to go up like maybe like 10. I just want them to kind of bounce up and down like idiots. The problem with this was any additional hits would miss because it was only the mesh was moving. So I have to change that up so that's not the case. Oops. Oh. I don't need this. Oh, that's finished. We don't want finished. We want there. I really like this track. I don't know why I have this twice. I don't know if I use it for something else, so I'll just leave it as is for now. I played Soul Calibur 6 4 years ago. Wow, I only played 17.5 hours. That was not worth the money at all. Last major update looks like it was in 2020. Jeez. There. Not what I expected. There's a good chance that Temperance becomes the next weapon you get. Just because it gives you a ranged weapon to play with, which means I can then have ranged-based enemies in the water down there. If I want to do that. I might not do that though, because it is a lot of platforming, so... Hey, Sweet Skills, how's it going? Pretty decent. I'm at it for 9 hours already, and I've just been having a good time overall. Technically Friday for me too. This point 6 a.m. Hell yeah! I made a new enemy. Well, I actually got an old enemy to work. That's right. I'll probably go like another hour or so, I imagine. After that, we'll see how I feel about it. At that point, it'll be like 10 hours, and I might have to go into work tomorrow. I don't know if I want to go more than 10 hours. But if I don't have to go into work tomorrow, I'll just stream earlier. I mean, I really enjoy streaming, so I'm just saying. Get to chat with people. Always fun. About my hobby, and apparently also Soul Calibur earlier, amongst other things. I do. That's why I'm often tired. The day gets really long. It's like, how many hours a day? Oh god. Yeah. If I didn't have a day job, I would stream so much more. If at any point I make enough money off this that I can reduce the hours on that, I will. I'm an online seller. I end up going around the area and collecting up all kinds of things to sell online. Collectibles mostly magic cards for those people keeping track. I don't mind saying. I'd say it's mostly magic cards I pick up and sell online. Some other things, but mostly those. A lot of trading and moving around. Yeah, I've done it for like 8 years or something. I have business doing it and everything. Yeah. Well, I'm working on it. I mean, like, you know, Twitch has definitely been very kind to me. The community here is amazing, and they've done everything they can to help me get up there. And partner's a long way off, though, having to average 75 viewers. I think I'm a little ways away. But, I don't know. Give it enough time. I think once the game has some sort of release or something, that'll help immensely, too. I really do. Yeah. I've only been a couple points I've had over 75 people, and that's just because, like, I had mega raids, and I was like, wow. There was one point briefly where I was 152 people. It was great. It lasted for, like, less than a minute before it felt, I think, like 90. But for that brief moment, I felt like a cool kid. But then the harsh reality came for me. I mean, average 55 is pretty good. Is that like average for over a period of time or average for the day? Because if you had averaged that for like the month or whatever, that's nuts. That's so good. I don't think I've ever even had that for a day. Because those people didn't even stay that long on the day where I got rated like that. What was my highest? I think the highest for a day was, I think, 43. Not usually that. That was this one time. Oh geez, 600 people. Wow. That just is crazy. How much do I need? For what? Like, to get to, average, you know, you'd have to, like, what, like, the partner needs 75 average viewers. That's what you're asking. Most of the time, I don't really do that great. Yeah, that's just a lot. That's so much. I stream during awkward times, and my traffic's been going up. I did take like a month and a half off due to those health problems, and you know, I haven't been streaming on Twitch that long. So I'm not expecting to hit the top anytime soon. I'm just happy to have people to chat with. Even if it's just like, you know, 4 or 5 people that show up and chat with me every night while I'm doing what I was doing, that's still great in my book. I ain't quitting my day job on that, but you know, yeah. I'm just happy to have people to chat with. Otherwise, I'd have been sitting here all by myself going, oh, well, I'll finish this game eventually. Sure. But streaming has really sped up this development of this game. It really has. Yeah. The best thing about streaming, I mean, besides getting to chat with people online, is really just seeing that people actually like what I have. Because I couldn't even get people to look at it until I started streaming. No. Nothing. It's like, okay, cool. I thought the game was awful. No, that was the reception I got. This was terrible. Nobody wants to see this. Damn. Unfortunate. But turns out it's just really hard to get exposure. Unless you're drunk one night and bad things happen and you end up on a list. That exposure is probably easy to get, but other exposure, not so much. Trying to figure out where the math is wrong here. Oh, definitely. I made lots of friends here and there like that. I hang out in people's streams, chat with people. I never even... It's so funny. Before Twitch, I never even would talk to people in streams. Like, I would occasionally lurk with large people's streams, and I would never go to the small people's streams. I would never chat with anyone at all. And I'm pretty certain you can blame Fox for me chatting more in streams and like that and hanging out and doing those things. Yeah, that was it. Listen. I think people would pay me to stop streaming in the bathtub. I'm just saying. Probably. EXZR6? Yeah, it's crystal nodes. Let me go ahead and add it. It's a free plugin. I'll just link it in chat. Crystal nodes. Yeah, it's this glorious thing. Costs nothing. 10 out of 10. Everyone should use it. I guess. I mean, you don't have to use it, but pretty cool. Oh, sure. Yeah. Anytime. It's funny, I link this plugin all the time. I think I linked it 3 times in chat yesterday alone. I put it away. Oops. Yeah, it just goes nuts. It just adds forever. It doesn't even maintain. Huh. I keep a screenshot of that. Still the best hat. Oh, apparently I have this that we were talking about. This was his how we started game dev thing. We were going over the hooks and things like that, and what my hook and loop was for it. Yeah, if you haven't watched this video, if you want to make game dev, this thing explaining how the stuff in was awesome. I'll link it again in chat too. His explanation of what he did and everything was just great. I had it tabbed in the background because I was gonna get back to it and then I never did. I don't remember exactly what led to the conversation about it, but Thomas Brush knows his stuff and knows it well. To say the least. So this adds. So what I need to do is get the location at the very start. I'm just adding it over now, it's dumb. It is funny to watch them float away, though. Yeah, as for ways to get better viewership for the stream, you know, I definitely could get a VTuber and just set the VTuber to sleep all the time. Some hot chick VTuber. Still the funniest thing I've ever seen. Hey, Wade. I've been streaming quite a while. 9 hours and 13 minutes today. 2 hours of which, or maybe 2 hours plus, was a playthrough that went Quite long. Beating the boss is way harder than expected. Unless she kept running away. Doesn't move up enough to matter. I think I did up the number a bit. I want to float off the ground. I mean, I might add some kind of gun. It'll be maybe a rifle or a blunderbuss or something like that. I mean, you're talking like 1920s technology type of thing, so wow. I could have like a Tommy gun at that point too, for that matter. True. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be something like maybe like I could have like revolvers, things like that. But it'd just be kind of lame to have a gun in there for the most part. Like, it doesn't fit the toy theme very much unless it's like some kind of pop gun or something. It did float him. Why do I need this? Why can't I just do this? And then have it float? I have questions. I don't know. I mean, I might have like, you know, Western style guns. That'd be a toy that you'd find. It's not really, well, it'd be like 1920s. It'd be almost like mobster era. Yeah, you would actually have access to like Tommy guns, but that's not really a kid's toy. They'd have like rifles and things that were like cowboys and Indians type of stuff. But I don't think toys popularized the mafia at the time, so I don't think you'd have anything much more than that. Probably. That's weird, it doesn't damage him, it just moves it up higher. Oh, never mind, because you'd have to do it at the start. Because every time you get hit by it. Plays weird. Oh, I know why I had this first one here. It's to get it up to the first number, and then afterwards it just sits there and hovers them. So this needs to go from 0 to like 150. And then it hovers them. Add a tag. As tag. Tag. That's why I can't keep putting them under the effects of it and causing them to raise up in the air. They eventually break out. I also need to make it so bosses can't be affected by it. Honestly, I'm just going to raise this up a bunch. Yeah, I need to check if they have the boss thing. Probably should just put all the things in here like boss and stuff like that and check if it has the boss here. But I think I have it just as a regular tag. It's kind of in a bunch of places though, so I don't know if I want to change it or not. Probably don't. Yeah. Would have been a lot easier to have them in there though. If I knew about them existing in the first place. Actually, no, I'm trying to do a true on this one, right? Because the factory has either tag, so I don't need a not on that one. Just so you can't grab the bosses. I guess Temperance will be the next weapon because I don't have any other weapons prepared, so it'll be the placeholder weapon unless I find something better. Where'd he go? That location puts him way up in the air. The return to location thingy is wrong. Can I just do this and set this as... $150 and then 0, huh? Like a better idea than whatever else is going on around here. Still letting me bounce him higher. Seems weird. Watch your orb boolean. Might actually make a thing where there's like a heavy tag or something, and if they're listed as heavy, they can't be lifted by this or something. Does very little damage though, so I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I might up the damage a bit, but I don't want it to be too good because I want to use the Fool, so Fool will probably do considerable melee damage. Why doesn't it just break things? What causes them to break stuff? Oh, I see. Yeah, of course it is. There we go. I need to switch out this thing because it looks like she's just trying to ride it or something. It looks really dumb. So her animation's a little crap. Hmm. Where did I put this? Hmm. Luck on her hand there. At least she's not writing it anymore. Probably fine. I had to make a temperance altar now too. Damn. Unfortunate. They give me a tarot card so fast. I do kind of want another weapon. I still gotta fix the magician's issue with those cubes. Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare. Already been a nightmare on those. Once I have a little box like this, I would have an actual location for it. What it says about temperance. I'm really gonna have to think about this room. I don't really have a good idea on temperance yet. It's just the weapon I've made, not particularly the weapon that's I'd want to give out early. It's functional, but not even remotely balanced. It's freezing. There's not really a good room for temperance. There just isn't. The only rooms really available to give it in are... Well, I guess the toy maze could have it. I could have temperance in the toy maze. Does a maze have anything to do with temperance? I have a room called the waiting room. You'd think that'd be the best room for it, but it's not really very, it's not big. There's not a lot of space you could put such a thing. It's already pretty full of crap, so I don't really know if I want to put anything else in here. Control room is quite tiny. At least the pump room and the machinery room is options, but Oh, you just got the Empress when you come into this room, so that's kind of weird. So optimally, it'd be the waiting room or the toy maze itself. Toy maze has a fair amount going on it, but the toy maze is also a very big room. We could stand to have other things happening in it, and it wouldn't be that bad. But I'd have to construct a temperance altar, I guess, if I did it in here. It's gotta be the one big enough to do it. I just don't know if I want to give out this particular weapon yet. I don't have a replacement yet, so... Don't think about it. I was considering making a mortar earlier, and I realized I'd have to make freaking. I didn't need the math on that. I think I'll probably call it and just raid out at this point. Been almost 10 hours. It's almost 7 a.m. here. I'm not going to build an entire altar in the next 13 minutes or whatever. That seems like a lot to do, and yeah. Well, I'll send everyone over to Matt since I was pestering him earlier today, and he's a good dude, so I'll be back tomorrow night. Same time, well, about 10 hours earlier than now. Oh. Those are interested in continuing, seeing what I do with all the, temperance and an altar in here and everything, I'll be here. So I might just make the mortar thing instead and work on bosses or something and more AI things, because my bosses need some work. Something's wrong with their AI, and I probably need to fix it sooner rather than later. So one of those three things, maybe all those things, if things go really well. Otherwise, I will catch everyone later. Well, first I'm gonna end the YouTube stream so I don't get a copyright.